I was almost 30 when I decided to take some time away from the city. Life had started to feel like one long stretch of noise and pressure. Everything was moving too fast. Every day looked the same, just emails, meetings, people pretending they liked their jobs. Everyone tired. So I quit mine. Not forever, just a break. I didn't tell anyone except my sister. I said I needed to go somewhere quiet, away from everything and everyone. She understood. I didn't want advice and I didn't want company. There was a cabin I found online through a local rental site. It was small, nothing fancy, and far away from any town. It was on the edge of a lake in the northern part of the country, deep in the woods, where people mostly went for hunting or fishing. The photos showed a place that looked old but clean. Wood walls, tin roof, no Wi-Fi, no television, just a fireplace and a radio. I liked that. The price was cheap because the owner said it was off-season. Most people came in summer or during the hunting season, and it was early October, too cold for swimming, too early for snow. I packed light, just clothes, food, flashlight, a few books, and a big thermos I used for coffee. I drove up in my own car. The road to the cabin got rough the last 20 minutes. Potholes and wet leaves made the wheels slip. Trees on both sides, tall, dense pines. No signs, no houses, no fences. I passed a small wooden bridge and a rusted gate that was open. Then I saw the lake. The water was still and gray. It looked like metal. On the other side of it, you could see nothing but forest. The cabin was smaller than I imagined. One room with a small bathroom, a bed, a table, and a fireplace. There was a narrow dock that went out into the lake. No boats, just water and trees and clouds above. I took a deep breath. It smelled like damp earth, pine needles, and cold air. It was quiet. No cars, no people talking, not even birds. Just the sound of the wind and leaves brushing against each other. That kind of silence makes you feel very alone. Not in a bad way, at least not at first. The first night was calm. I lit a fire in the old iron stove and sat on the floor with a blanket, drinking coffee and reading a paperback I'd brought. The radio worked, but all I got was static and some station playing old country songs. I turned it off. Outside, the wind got stronger, and I could hear something creaking, probably a tree or a loose piece of wood somewhere. I didn't think much of it. Cabins always make little noises. I slept okay. Woke up twice because of weird dreams I couldn't remember fully. Just flashes of dark trees and running feet. The kind of dreams where your heart races, but you don't know why. I figured it was because my body wasn't used to this kind of quiet. In the city, even at night, there's always background noise. The next few days followed the same rhythm. I went for walks along the lake in the morning, always staying on the cabin's side. The trees got thicker the further you went, and I didn't want to get lost. I brought a compass, but I never trusted it. I cooked simple meals on the old stove, drank coffee, read, and wrote a little in a notebook I brought. I kept the fireplace going most nights. It got cold fast after the sun went down. It was on the fourth day that something changed. That morning, I woke up later than usual. I noticed it right away because the sunlight coming through the window was weaker. I made coffee and stepped outside. The ground was wet. It must have rained during the night. There were leaves stuck to the steps and the air smelled like wet bark. I walked down to the dock, holding my cup in both hands. The lake was quiet like always, but then I noticed something across the water. There was movement between the trees. Not an animal too tall. It was a person. I could just barely make out the shape. They were standing near the edge of the lake, facing the water. Not moving, just standing. I couldn't see a face or clothes or anything that clear, but it was definitely someone. I stood there for a long time, waiting for them to move or walk away, but they just stayed still. I didn't wave or call out. I just turned around and went back inside. All day, I felt like something was off. I kept thinking about that figure across the lake. I told myself maybe it was another cabin owner, a hiker, or someone fishing, but I hadn't seen any boats, no cars, no other cabins. There was nothing marked on the map except forest for miles. That night, I left the lamp on. The next morning, I didn't go outside right away. I made coffee and sat at the table, staring at the window. There were no curtains, just glass. I kept checking the dock, the trees, the edge of the lake. Nothing. I told myself it was just a fluke. Someone passed through, camped for the night, and moved on. Around noon, I went for a walk to clear my head. I stayed on the usual path, walking up the ridge that overlooked the lake. From there, you could see the whole shoreline on both sides. Nothing, just trees and water. On the way back, I noticed something strange on the trail. There were boot prints in the mud. Not mine. They were larger, deeper. I wore hiking shoes. These looked like heavy boots. The pattern was different too, wider, square-shaped. The steps were fresh. The mud was still wet around the edges. They came from deeper in the woods, crossed the trail, then vanished into the trees again. I felt my mouth go dry. I listened hard, but I didn't hear anything. No breaking branches, no footsteps. I walked back faster than usual, constantly checking behind me. Back at the cabin, I locked the door, even though I hadn't locked it before. The window didn't have a latch, but I pushed the table up against it. I didn't want to look out anymore. I stayed inside the rest of the day. I cooked early, kept the fire going, and double-checked the door 3 times. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing things, twigs snapping outside, something brushing against the wall. I told myself it was animals, raccoons or deer, but I didn't believe it. Around 3 a.m., I heard something soft, like footsteps on leaves, but not moving fast. Just slow steps, circling. I held the flashlight in my hand the whole time, even though I didn't turn it on. At first light, I got dressed and went outside with the flashlight still in my pocket. I walked around the cabin, looking for tracks, and I found them. Footprints in the soft dirt near the sidewall, right up against the wood. Someone had stood there, right under the window, looking in. I counted at least 6 steps. Then they turned and walked away toward the trees. I didn't know what to do. I was too far from any town to just leave on foot. I had no cell signal, and the nearest store was at least an hour's drive. I thought about driving away, but a part of me was afraid that maybe whoever it was might be watching. Maybe they'd wait for me to go and then break in. Or worse, maybe they wanted me to leave. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I turned off all the lights and sat in the corner with the flashlight and a long kitchen knife I found in the drawer. I kept the fire low. Hours went by. Around 2 a.m., I heard something again. Clear footsteps near the back wall. Then silence. Then another soft sound, like someone dragging their hand along the wooden wall outside. Just once. Then nothing. In the morning, I saw that the back door handle had mud on it. Someone had tried it. That was the last straw. I packed up everything fast. I didn't even eat. I shoved everything into my bag, grabbed the keys, and left. The driveway was muddy, and the tires slipped, but I got out. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I drove for over an hour before I reached a gas station with a payphone. I called the police. I told them someone was messing around near my cabin. I didn't know if it was trespassing or something worse. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I gave them the directions and then just kept driving. I stayed in a motel for 2 nights before going back to the city. A week later, I got a call from the county sheriff's office. They told me they had checked the cabin. They found signs someone had been staying in the woods nearby. A makeshift camp, old food wrappers, cigarette butts, some blankets hidden under a tarp. But the person was gone. They also found a backpack with some clothes and a hunting knife. No ID. The strange part was what they found inside the cabin after I left. In the fireplace, there were ashes that didn't match the logs I'd been using. Mixed in were burnt papers and a partially melted metal badge, like something from law enforcement. They asked if I'd burned anything like that. I said no. They didn't have much else. They said maybe it was a drifter, someone hiding from something, maybe even a fugitive. There were rumors about a man wanted for assault and robbery in the area a few months earlier. They couldn't confirm anything. They said I was lucky. I thought about that a lot. I kept thinking about those nights. The way he circled the cabin. The way he stood under the window. The way he never tried to break in, just watched. Like he was waiting for something. Or maybe deciding. I never went back. I never rented another cabin again. And every time I walk by a window after dark, I still think about those slow footsteps. I had been going up to that old cabin for years. It was something I started doing when I was in my late 20s, just after I got out of a job that burned me out completely. That place gave me peace in ways nothing else ever had. No phone service, no noise, no people. Just trees, silence, and time. I kept going back every fall. Same place, same pattern. 1 week, maybe 10 days. I'd load my truck, drive 6 hours, take the logging road another hour deep into the hills, and then hike the last bit with a pack, just to get to that cabin. It had no power, no plumbing, no real furniture. Just a bunk, a table, and a stove. I loved it. That October, I went a little later than usual. Work had gotten busy and I couldn't break away until the end of the month. The leaves were already down when I arrived. The air was colder, biting. The kind of cold that sits in your bones even when you're near the fire. The hike in had been harder too. I had to go slower. There was frost in the mornings, and the trail had mud frozen stiff in some parts and slick wet spots in others. I didn't care. The quiet made it worth it. The first few days were normal. I chopped wood, boiled snow for water, cleaned the cabin, and spent hours walking the trails. I read when I got tired, sometimes wrote in a little notebook, and just sat there with my thoughts. I liked feeling small out there. The trees were so big and old, and the wind sounded different in the valley. It was like being at the edge of the world. I felt safe in that isolation. But then things started to feel a little off around day 4. It wasn't anything huge at first, just little things that didn't sit right with me. One morning, I noticed a small pile of pebbles stacked neatly near the path that led from the cabin to the stream. I didn't think much of it. Maybe some animal knocked them together or they rolled down a slope. But the next day, the pile was gone. Not knocked over, gone. Like someone had picked up every rock and taken it away. I stood there for a long time just staring at the bare spot. Then I walked back to the cabin slower than usual, checking behind trees and listening more than I normally would. I told myself it was just nature, maybe some raccoons messing around. Still, something felt strange. The next night, it snowed. Not a lot, just a thin layer, but enough to leave footprints. When I stepped out in the morning to get more firewood, I noticed tracks around the side of the cabin. They weren't mine. I had boots on with thick rubber soles, heavy treads. These were different, narrower, lighter. They looped around the back corner, doubled over themselves, then vanished at the tree line. They weren't fresh by morning, already crusted by a thin layer of frost. That meant they'd been made sometime late the night before. I didn't sleep light, especially not out there. If someone walked right by the cabin, I didn't hear a thing. That day, I didn't leave the cabin much. I kept the fire going, made more tea than I needed, and stayed close to the shotgun I kept leaned against the wall. I never had to use it before, brought it just in case a bear got curious or something, but I couldn't shake the feeling someone had been watching the place. I didn't see anyone. I even climbed up the ridge behind the cabin to look down over the area. Nothing but snow and trees. Not a sound. But I still felt it. That tight pull in the gut that tells you something's wrong even if you can't prove it. That night, I locked the cabin. I don't normally do that. There's just a simple latch on the inside anyway, but I slid it closed. I moved my cot to face the door and kept the shotgun next to me. I didn't sleep much. Around midnight, I thought I heard crunching outside. Not loud, just faint, slow steps. Then nothing, just wind. I stayed awake until the sun rose. The next morning, I walked the perimeter. I didn't see new tracks, just the ones from the day before, half frozen. But near the back wall of the cabin, under the eaves, I saw something new, 2 vertical lines scratched into the wood. They were sharp and deep, maybe 5 inches long. Not random, parallel. I pressed my finger into one of them, fresh. The wood was pale under the outer layer. The scratches hadn't been there before. I didn't leave the cabin that day at all, just kept the fire stoked and listened. My ears were tuned to every crack in the woods, every gust of wind. I didn't cook, just ate jerky and granola straight from the pack. That night, I stayed up again. I was starting to think maybe I should pack up early and leave the next day. But when I woke up, the path back toward the trail was blocked. Branches, dozens of them, thick ones. Not just fallen, they'd been placed, laid across the path in a loose but clear barrier, stacked up like someone wanted to slow me down or send a message. Some were dry and brittle, others were fresh, still green, with bark that left sap on my fingers when I moved them. I checked every direction around the pile. No tracks, no sign of who did it, but someone had been close, probably during the night. I stood there for a long time, shotgun in hand, just staring into the trees. Nothing moved, not even a bird. The forest felt dead. By noon, I had cleared the branches. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting something or someone to rush out from the trees, but nothing happened. Still, I couldn't take it anymore. I packed everything into my bag, left some supplies behind to lighten the load, and decided I'd hike out before dark. It would mean staying on the trail after sunset, but I figured it was safer to keep moving than spend another night there. I started hiking fast. The trail was frozen in spots and muddy in others. I kept slipping, and my breath came out in sharp clouds. I didn't stop for water. I didn't stop at all. I just kept going, checking behind me every few minutes. The woods were silent, too silent. About an hour before dusk, I got to the bend near the stream, the halfway point between the cabin and where the trail met the logging road. I saw something up ahead that made me stop cold. A jacket, hung on a branch about eye level like someone had placed it there deliberately. It wasn't mine. It was a faded green parka with a torn sleeve, hanging limp in the still air. It hadn't been there before. I would have seen it on my way in. I stood there a long time, staring at it. Then I turned and walked off the trail into the woods, keeping parallel to the path, moving as quietly as I could. I didn't want to go near it. I made my way through thick underbrush, scraping my legs on brambles, moving slow to stay silent. I rejoined the trail farther down, once the jacket was out of sight. But when I looked back, I saw something move behind the trees. Not a full figure, just a shape, a shift in the shadows like someone ducking out of view. I didn't wait. I ran. I don't remember much of that run. Just branches hitting my face, my boots slipping, my lungs burning. I didn't care. I kept going until I saw the clearing where I'd parked my truck days earlier. When I got to it, I was panting so hard I almost collapsed. But the truck was there, untouched. I got inside, locked the doors, and just sat there trying to breathe. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed parked right there until the sun came up. Then I drove straight home. When I got back to town, I didn't tell anyone. Not for weeks. I couldn't explain what had happened. I kept going over it in my head, wondering if I imagined some of it. But I knew I didn't. The tracks were real. The scratches, the branches, the jacket, the feeling of being watched. 2 months later, I got a call from the sheriff's office in that county. They found a body in the woods near the logging road. A hunter, missing for weeks. The body was in rough shape, exposed to the elements, animals. No sign of what killed him. No gun, no supplies, just bones, torn clothes, and some scraps of a green parka. They said he must have gotten lost and died of exposure. Maybe, but I couldn't stop thinking about the tracks, the branches, the scratched wall. I never went back to that cabin. I sold it 6 months later. Some guy from out of state bought it cheap, said he liked the solitude. I didn't ask any questions. I just handed over the keys and never looked back. Now, every fall when the air turns cold and the leaves drop, I think about those nights in the woods, about the silence, the scratches, the jacket on the branch, and I wonder who else might be out there watching from the trees. I had been needing a break for a long time. I felt it building over the past year, too much screen time, too much noise, too many emails and news articles and social media posts. I was 38 years old, single, tired all the time, and sick of being in front of a laptop. I wanted to unplug. I wanted to be alone, really alone, for once. So I booked a cabin deep in the woods of northern Idaho. It was advertised as off-grid, though it did have solar panels, a rainwater collection system, and a propane tank. There was no cell signal, no Wi-Fi, and no roads nearby. The only way in was by hiking a narrow trail about 5 miles from where I parked my truck. That was part of what drew me to it. I wanted isolation. I wanted the kind of quiet you can only get far away from everything. I packed only the basics: food for 2 weeks, a few propane canisters, a sleeping bag, a knife, a couple notebooks and pens, a hand crank radio, a flashlight with extra batteries. I didn't even bring my phone. I wanted my mind clear. I wanted to write, maybe think, and not be distracted by the world. The first 2 days were perfect. I reached the cabin late in the afternoon on the first day, and it was just as remote as I'd hoped. Small, but solidly built. No electricity beyond what the solar battery gave, which was enough for a single overhead light and charging the flashlight. The inside had a wood-burning stove, a small kitchen area, and a cot with a thin mattress. No bathroom, just an outhouse about 20 yards away. The windows were small and covered with latches, a single door with a bolt. It was basic, quiet, and surrounded by nothing but trees and hills. At night, the only sound was the wind and the creak of the wood when it cooled down. On the second day, I walked the area around the cabin, trying to get a sense of the terrain. The forest was thick, full of dry pine needles and fallen branches. The path I had hiked in on curved downhill to the east and vanished into denser woods. I walked maybe a mile in each direction, saw no other trails, no sign of animals except some deer tracks, and definitely no people. Felt peaceful, like the world couldn't touch me here. I spent most of the third day writing. I had set up a small desk by the window, facing the trees. It was hard at first. I wasn't used to silence, and my brain kept expecting some ping or buzz to interrupt me. But by the end of the day, I had written more than I had in months. I felt lighter, freer. I made myself a simple dinner, beans and rice from a can, and read for a while by flashlight before falling asleep. That night, I heard something that pulled me out of sleep, a soft crunch outside the cabin. I lay there still for a moment, listening. It might have been an animal, I told myself. The woods were full of them. Could have been a deer stepping on dry leaves. I didn't move, just listened. The sound came again. It wasn't fast. It was slow. A footstep, then another, then nothing. I waited for more, but the silence came back, thicker than before. I looked toward the door. It was shut, the bolt locked. I got out of bed slowly and moved to the small window above the sink. I pressed my face to it and looked out. Nothing, just trees, shadows. I stood there for a while, watching. Still nothing. I went back to bed and tried to sleep, but it didn't come easy. The next morning, I told myself it had to be an animal. Or maybe I was just imagining it. My mind playing tricks after being so used to city noise. I boiled water, made coffee, and went outside to take a piss. That's when I saw it. A footprint, not a boot print. A bare foot. It was in the soft patch of dirt near the corner of the cabin. It looked fresh, not smudged or filled with leaves. The shape was clear. Toes, arch heel. I crouched down and stared at it. It wasn't huge, maybe a size 10, but it was deep, like someone had been standing there. I looked around. No other prints in the dirt. The ground beyond it was harder, covered in pine needles, so maybe there were more I couldn't see. But this one was clear. Someone had been standing right outside the cabin in the middle of the night. Barefoot. I looked out into the trees, half expecting to see someone watching me, but nothing moved. No sound, just that same thick quiet. I spent most of the day trying to shrug it off. Maybe it was old. Maybe it was mine and I forgot. But I knew that wasn't true. I had never walked barefoot outside the cabin. The ground was too rough, and this print hadn't been there the day before. I would have noticed. I didn't write that day. I couldn't focus. I kept glancing toward the window, checking the door, listening. Every small sound in the woods felt sharp, like it was aimed at me. A branch falling, a bird flapping, a squirrel running across the leaves. Everything made me twitch. That night, I barricaded the door with a heavy chair from the kitchen. I pushed the cot away from the window and slept in my sleeping bag on the floor in the center of the cabin. I turned the flashlight on low and kept it beside me. I held the knife close, gripping the handle so tightly my hand cramped. I didn't sleep well, maybe 2 hours broken into chunks. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the footsteps again. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Closer. Then they stopped. I lay there holding my breath, not moving. My heart was pounding so loud it filled my head. This time I didn't go to the window. I didn't want to see whoever or whatever it was. I just waited. Eventually, after what felt like forever, I heard the footsteps move away. Slow, careful, and then they were gone. I didn't go outside the next morning. I didn't want to look for footprints. I didn't want to know if they were there. I boiled water, drank coffee, and sat on the floor staring at the door. My mind kept cycling through explanations. Maybe someone was living out here. Maybe they were lost. Or maybe they didn't want me here. Later in the day, I opened the door and stepped out. I needed to see. There were new prints, barefoot again. This time there were 3, in a row, heading toward the back of the cabin. I followed them around. They ended near the outhouse. I looked inside. Empty, clean, no sign of anything. I turned and looked into the woods. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't call anyone. No cell service. No neighbors. The closest place with people was miles away. I could hike back to my truck, but I'd have to leave in the middle of the day and it would take hours. I wasn't ready to do that yet. I told myself maybe they were just passing through. Maybe they were gone now. I stayed inside that night, barricaded again. Didn't sleep. Every sound outside made my skin crawl. Around midnight, the footsteps came back, slower this time. They circled the cabin, one step at a time, not fast, not running, just steady. I sat there with the knife in my hand and the flashlight ready, breathing through my nose so I wouldn't make a sound. Then something new happened. I heard the door handle rattle, just once, like someone tried it gently, testing it. Then silence. After 10 minutes, the footsteps moved away. The next morning, I found a small rock on the windowsill outside the kitchen window. It hadn't been there before, just a smooth, round stone, like a gift or a message. That was the moment I decided I had to leave. I packed everything as quickly as I could, threw the sleeping bag and food into the pack, left behind what I didn't need. I kept the knife out, in my hand. I stepped outside and didn't look back. I started down the trail toward where I had parked my truck 5 days earlier. The trail felt different now. It wasn't peaceful anymore. Every step I took felt watched. I kept checking over my shoulder. I walked fast, faster than I normally would with that much gear. The air felt thicker, the trees closer. I stopped once to rest and drink water. That's when I saw it again. A footprint, right in the middle of the trail. Barefoot, fresh, facing the direction I had come from. Whoever made it had been standing there watching the trail, facing toward the cabin. I didn't rest again. I reached the truck by late afternoon, heart pounding, shirt soaked in sweat. I threw the pack in the back, unlocked the door, and got in. I didn't start it right away. I sat there gripping the steering wheel, trying to calm down. That's when I saw something in the passenger seat. A rock, small, round, smooth, same as the one on the windowsill. I don't remember the drive back, only that I didn't stop. I got back to the city and didn't unpack the truck for days. When I did, I threw the pack into the garage and didn't look at it for weeks. It's been 3 months now. I haven't gone back. I told the owner I had to leave early for a family emergency. I didn't mention the prints. I didn't say anything about the rocks. I didn't want to sound crazy, but the truth is, I still don't know what I saw out there. I still don't know who was watching me, or why. I only know they weren't afraid of me. They weren't hiding. They were walking around barefoot in the cold, quiet woods, leaving footprints, leaving rocks, and I have no... I decided to go up to the cabin alone for a week, just to get away from everything. It wasn't anything dramatic that pushed me there. I was just tired. Tired of the traffic, the noise, the constant notifications on my phone. I work a regular office job, the kind where you sit in front of a screen all day and hear the hum of computers more than people's voices. I'm not antisocial or anything. I just needed a break from the routine. I rented the cabin off a website, nothing fancy. Just a small, wooden structure tucked between trees. about 30 minutes from the nearest gas station and a good hour from any real town. It was early October, still warm during the day, but the nights had that sharp coldness that reminded you winter was coming. The trees had just started to turn colors, yellow, red, brown. The kind of beauty you don't notice when you're stuck in the city surrounded by concrete. I arrived around noon on a Sunday. The drive up was calm. 2-lane roads, a few deer crossing signs, and not much else. No cars followed me the entire last half hour. When I finally pulled up, I saw exactly what I was expecting. A cabin just big enough for one person, sitting in a small clearing surrounded by thick woods. No other cabins around, not even any power lines. There was a little gravel spot for parking, a short path leading to the door, and a metal fire pit beside a pile of chopped wood. I unlocked the door with the code the owner had sent me. Inside, it was quiet and plain. A twin bed, a little kitchen with a gas stove, an old fridge, a bathroom with a composting toilet, and a little shelf with some books and board games. No TV, no Wi-Fi, and barely any cell service. That was the point. I put my bag down and opened a few windows to let the air in. The first day passed slow, and it felt good. I unpacked, walked around the property, and made a simple dinner from the food I brought. Some canned stuff, some fresh fruit, water. The night came quickly. I sat outside by the fire pit, made a small fire, and watched the flames until I started getting sleepy. The sky above was packed with stars, and the only sounds were wind and the occasional rustle of leaves. That first night was peaceful. I locked the door before bed, pulled the thin blanket over me, and fell asleep without any trouble. The second day started with birds chirping and light coming through the window. I went for a short walk on a trail that looped around behind the cabin. The trail wasn't marked, but it was wide enough that it looked like animals or people used it now and then. I didn't go too far, just enough to break a sweat and feel like I earned breakfast. I spent most of the day reading a book I found on the shelf. A survival guide, kind of out of date, but interesting. That night, around 10 or so, I was brushing my teeth at the little sink when I thought I heard something outside. It wasn't loud, more like a crunch, like someone stepping on dry leaves. I paused, listening. Nothing. I turned off the faucet and leaned toward the window. Still nothing. Probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or deer. Still, I went to the front door and made sure it was locked again. It was. I left the porch light on and went to bed. I woke up once that night, sometime around 3 a.m., to the sound of a thud. Just one. Not inside. Not loud. It felt distant but clear, like something had bumped into the outer wall. I laid there, eyes open, holding my breath. I listened hard but didn't hear anything else. No footsteps, no talking, nothing. I stayed like that for maybe 10 minutes, then eventually turned over and went back to sleep. On the third day, I felt a little different. Still calm, but maybe a bit more alert. It was strange. I kept thinking about that sound. I kept glancing at the woods around the cabin, scanning between trees, looking for movement. I wasn't paranoid, just aware. I took another walk that afternoon, but this time I brought my small camping knife with me. It wasn't much, but it made me feel a little safer. I didn't stay out long. When I got back, I checked around the outside of the cabin. The walls, the porch, even the fire pit. Nothing looked disturbed. Still, when the sun started setting, I brought the firewood inside instead of leaving it out. I didn't make a fire outside that night. Just stayed in, played a few board games by myself, read a little more, and tried to ignore the feeling that someone might be out there watching. I kept thinking about the sound from the night before. Just one thud, like a body bumping into the cabin. Not an animal kind of sound. More deliberate. At around midnight, I heard something again. This time, it was the sound of dry leaves crunching in short bursts. A few steps, pause, then a few more. I turned off the small battery lamp and sat there in the dark, near the window. I didn't see anything. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe loud. Just sat there watching. Then, after a few minutes, it stopped. I stayed up for an hour after that. Still, I never saw anything. Eventually, I got tired and laid down. I didn't sleep well. On the fourth day, I noticed boot prints near the fire pit. They weren't mine. I checked. The treads were different. My boots have wide, deep treads. These were tighter and closer together. They looked newer. Someone had walked around the fire pit sometime after I'd gone in. I crouched down and followed them for a few feet, but they faded quickly into the dry leaves and needles on the ground. I felt my mouth go dry. My heart wasn't racing, but it was heavy, like something had dropped into it. I stood up and looked around. The woods were silent. I thought about leaving early, packing up and going back to the car, but I didn't. Maybe it was someone passing through, a hunter maybe, or a hiker. Still, it didn't feel right. I hadn't heard a car, and if someone came in from the woods, they were deep out there, deeper than casual hikers usually go. That day, I didn't leave the cabin. I locked the door, sat by the window, and watched the woods. I still didn't see anything. No movement, just wind in the trees. I ate some snacks, drank water, and tried not to let my brain spiral. The night came fast. It always does when you're not looking forward to it. Around 11 p.m., I saw him, a man, standing near the edge of the clearing, just standing. He wasn't close, maybe 50 feet from the porch, between two trees. I only saw him because the moonlight lit up his jacket. Dark green. His face was in shadow. He was facing the cabin. I froze. He didn't move, didn't come closer, didn't walk away. I didn't move either. I just stood behind the window, barely breathing. I didn't turn on any lights. I stood there for what felt like hours. Eventually, he took one step back into the trees and disappeared. I stayed up the entire night. I kept every light off. I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair by the door, knife in my hand, heart beating too loud. Every creak made me jump. When the sun finally rose, I stepped outside with the knife still in my hand. There were no new prints, no signs he had come closer. Still, I packed. I had 3 days left on the trip, but I didn't care. I loaded everything into my bag and walked to the car. As I put the key in, I stopped. There were scratches along the passenger side door, deep ones, like someone dragged something sharp along it. I ran my hand along them, fresh, silver paint showing beneath. I hadn't seen them yesterday. I looked back at the cabin, then at the woods. Everything was still. No wind, no birds, just quiet. I got in the car, locked the doors, and started driving. The road back to town felt longer than before. My eyes kept scanning the rearview mirror, expecting to see something or someone behind me, but the road stayed empty. I passed the gas station, passed the signs, and hit the highway. By the time I reached home, I still didn't know what had happened. I didn't report it. What would I say? A man stood near my cabin and scratched my car? It didn't seem enough, but it didn't end there. 3 days after getting back, I found something in my mailbox. No return address, just a small envelope. Inside was a single photo. It was a picture of me, taken from behind a window, from inside the cabin. I was standing by the fire pit, the day I arrived. I stared at that photo for an hour. I moved out of my apartment 2 weeks later, changed my number, got rid of the car. I don't go on solo trips anymore. I don't rent cabins, and I never go anywhere without other people. I don't know who he was. I don't know why he followed me or how long he'd been watching. All I know is this: he was real. He was out there, and he wasn't just passing through. He had been planning something worse, and I got out just in time. It was a mistake from the start. I shouldn't have gone. I knew it deep down before I even got into my car. I kept telling myself it would be peaceful, that I needed a break from the noise, from the screen time, from people. I convinced myself that being alone in a cabin for 1 week would help me reset, clear my mind. But that cabin, the one my uncle hadn't visited in over 10 years, was the worst place I could have chosen. It started when my uncle mentioned the cabin during a dinner at my parents' house. He said it was still up there in the woods, still standing, though probably in rough shape. He hadn't visited since 2011, not after the accident. I didn't ask about the accident. I didn't want to know. All I wanted was quiet, and he had a quiet place. Free, isolated, no cell service, no internet. I thought that would be perfect. The cabin was up north, deep into the forest, about a 5-hour drive from my apartment in the city. I packed up clothes, a flashlight, an old axe I had from college, my first aid kit, some food, water jugs, and a few other essentials. I planned on living as simple as I could. I didn't even bring a laptop, just a notebook, a pen, and a book I'd been meaning to read for months. I left on a Monday morning. The drive was smooth for the most part, but once I got off the main road, it was rough. The path leading to the cabin wasn't really a road, more like a narrow, uneven trail full of rocks and potholes. I had to drive slowly to avoid messing up my car. Trees surrounded the path on both sides. The farther I went, the darker it felt, even though the sun was still up. It was around 4 p.m. when I finally saw the cabin. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The wood was faded and cracked in places, the porch had a tilt to it, and the steps creaked when I walked up. The front door was stuck, so I had to shoulder it open. The inside was musty and cold, full of dust and cobwebs. It was a one-room cabin with a small kitchen area, a wood stove, a table, one chair, a bed with a moldy-looking mattress, and a couple of shelves. No electricity, no running water, just a few windows and a dead silence that pressed down on everything. I opened the windows to air it out, though the outside air didn't smell much better. Just damp earth, old pine, and the faint scent of rot. I tried not to let it bother me. I unloaded the car, set up my sleeping bag on the mattress, and stacked the canned food and water on the shelf. I didn't plan to explore too much that day. I just wanted to settle in, maybe light the stove if I could get it working, and get some rest. By 7 p.m., it was already getting dark. That far up in the woods, the sun disappeared quickly behind the trees. I made a small fire outside in a pit I found near the back of the cabin. I sat there for an hour, just staring into the flames. The forest was quiet, too quiet. No wind, no birds, just the crackle of firewood and the occasional rustle in the leaves that I told myself was nothing more than squirrels or raccoons. Still, I kept looking over my shoulder. That night, I barely slept. The bed creaked every time I moved. The walls groaned. At one point, I heard something brush against the outside wall. A slow scraping sound that started near the window and moved toward the back. I held my breath for a long time. I kept telling myself it was a branch or maybe some animal, but it didn't sound like that. It sounded deliberate. I stayed still for an hour before I finally fell asleep out of exhaustion. The next morning, I went outside to check around the cabin. There was nothing there. No tracks, no marks on the wall, no signs that anything had even come close. That made me feel a little better. I made breakfast, walked around the area a bit, chopped some wood, and spent most of the day reading. It was quiet again. Still no birds. I found that strange. You'd think up there, in untouched forest, you'd hear something, but it was dead silent. On the third day, things got worse. I woke up to find the door slightly open. I was sure I had shut it the night before. I even remembered jamming it with a stick because the latch didn't fully close. Now the stick was gone. I stepped outside and saw nothing out of place, but it didn't sit right with me. I walked into the trees for a bit, maybe 30 or 40 yards out, and I saw what looked like a piece of cloth snagged on a low branch. I walked over and picked it up. It was a torn piece of shirt, old, stained, and stiff like it had been out there for years. That could have been anything, I thought. Maybe my uncle had left it behind, but it felt fresh. The way it hung there didn't feel accidental. I went back inside and moved the shelf in front of the door. I wasn't taking chances. I kept my axe close. I didn't sleep that night either. I kept hearing the same scraping, slow and careful, around the cabin walls. Sometimes at the back, sometimes near the windows, sometimes right by the door. I held the axe in my hands, sweating in the dark, staring at the entrance, waiting. By the fourth day, I was jumpy. Everything felt off. I started hearing noises in the woods during the day. Cracking twigs, sudden snaps, low thumps that didn't belong. I didn't go far anymore. I stayed close to the cabin, and I made sure I could reach the axe within seconds. I even stacked more furniture against the door and jammed the windows with broken sticks to prevent them from opening. That night, something knocked. Just once. A slow, heavy knock. Not a branch falling. Not an animal bumping into it. A real knock. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Nothing happened after that. No more scraping. No more noises. Just silence. The next morning, the knock mark was still on the door. A smudge, like a dirty handprint with streaks leading downward. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't want to stay anymore, but I had made a deal with myself, 7 days. I thought if I made it through the week, I could write about it, brag about how I survived isolation. But by that point, I realized this wasn't normal isolation. Something wasn't right in those woods. On the 5th day, I saw someone, or something. I was walking behind the cabin to dump some old food scraps far into the trees. I walked deeper than usual. Then I stopped. Ahead of me, maybe 50 yards away, I saw a man, just standing there, facing me. No movement, no reaction. He was dressed in all black. His face was pale and thin. He didn't raise a hand. He didn't shout. He just stood there, watching. I backed away slowly. I didn't run. I kept my eyes on him as I moved toward the cabin. When I got to the clearing, I turned to look again. He was gone. I checked every direction. There was nothing. I stayed inside the rest of the day. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep that night either. I just sat with the axe in my hands, listening. I heard footsteps outside once, crunching leaves, soft but steady. They circled the cabin, then stopped. The 6th day, I woke up with the window open. I swear I had jammed it shut. The stick I had wedged in there was broken on the floor. The shelf I had pushed against the door was slightly moved. My pack had been opened. My food was untouched, but my notebook, the one I had written in, was gone. I searched everywhere. It was just gone. My pen was still there. My book was still there. But the notebook, filled with the thoughts and notes from the last few days, had disappeared. That was it for me. I decided to leave the next morning, 1 day early. I told myself I'd be fine for one more night. I packed everything up. I kept only the basics out. I put my keys in my coat pocket. I kept the axe at arm's reach. That night, I didn't even lie down. I sat by the door, staring at it, waiting for something to happen. Around 2 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, this time closer, slower. Then a shadow moved past the window. A full silhouette of a man paused right at the glass as if looking in. Then it moved again, disappearing toward the back of the cabin. I didn't move. I stayed frozen in place until the sun came up. At first light, I grabbed my bag and ran to the car. The path out was rough, but I didn't care. I scratched the sides of my car on trees, bounced over rocks, and almost got stuck twice. I didn't stop until I hit the main road. I drove straight back to the city, heart pounding, hands shaking, looking in the mirror every 5 minutes. When I got back home, I locked every door, every window. I didn't unpack. I didn't shower. I just sat on the couch and stared at the wall for hours. When I finally opened my bag to start putting things away, I saw something I hadn't packed. My notebook. It was there right on top. Only now every page was torn out. Every single one, except the last page. That one had a single sentence written in it. Don't come back. The handwriting wasn't mine. I had been needing a break from everything for a long time. Between work, noise, and people always being around, I just wanted to be somewhere far away, somewhere quiet. I found a listing online for a small cabin deep in the woods, about 40 miles from the nearest town. It looked like it hadn't been updated since the 90s, which was perfect for me. No Wi-Fi, no phone service, no television. Just an old wood stove, a gas lantern, and a small generator out back if I really needed it. It was cheap too. I rented it for 2 full weeks. I wanted time to clear my head, do nothing but sleep, read, and walk through the forest. I drove up there on a Sunday morning. The air got colder as I climbed higher into the hills. I didn't see another car after I turned off the main road. The road got thinner, more broken, and eventually turned into gravel. I passed through thick trees, past dry creek beds and faded wooden signs I couldn't read anymore. The cabin was just like the pictures. Small, just 1 floor, surrounded by tall pine trees. It sat on a slight slope, backed up against a hill, with nothing but dense forest in all directions. I parked my car beside the porch and unloaded my stuff. I had brought 2 duffel bags with food, clothes, and books, and a cooler with dry ice. The cabin had a small pantry with some canned goods and bottled water, but I didn't plan to use any of it unless I had to. I checked the generator. It worked fine. There was no cell signal, just like I wanted. Inside, the cabin had a bed with a thick blanket, a tiny bathroom with cold running water, a cracked mirror, and a kitchen with a propane stove. The wooden floor creaked when I walked. It smelled like dust, old fabric, and pine. I didn't mind. I unpacked slowly, then sat on the front porch for a while, just listening. I didn't hear anything but wind and birds. That first day passed quietly. I made pasta on the little stove, read a few chapters of an old mystery novel, and went to bed early. I felt good. The first few days were peaceful. I walked every morning. There were no marked trails, but I had a compass and mapped my route carefully. I only went a few miles out, always circling back. In the afternoons, I read or chopped wood behind the cabin. At night, I cooked, then lit the lantern and sat by the window. I kept the generator off most of the time to save fuel. I didn't need much power anyway. There was something nice about using candles and watching the fire inside the little stove. On the 4th day, something changed. I was returning from a morning walk when I heard a low rumble, deep and long. It wasn't thunder. It was coming from the hill to the west, like the sound of a heavy truck driving fast on gravel. Then, I heard what sounded like trees cracking and snapping, followed by a loud crashing noise that echoed for at least 20 seconds. I couldn't see what had happened, but it felt like something big had fallen or broken. The ground shook a little. I stood still, listening. Nothing else followed. After a while, I went inside and tried to forget about it. But later that afternoon, when I tried to drive down the road to get more water from a stream I had found, I hit a wall of rock and dirt. A landslide had wiped out a whole section of the road, about half a mile down from the cabin. The road was completely blocked. Boulders the size of cars were stacked across it, and dozens of broken trees lay in a tangled mess. There was no way around it. Even if I tried to walk, the whole area looked unstable. The edge of the slope was soft, and the hill looked like it might slide again. I stood there for a long time. I didn't panic, but I felt cold inside. I was stuck now. The cabin had enough food for at least a week and a half, and I had water filters and purification tablets. I didn't think I was in any real danger. I just couldn't leave. I told myself I'd wait it out and hike back when it felt safe. The air still smelled like dirt and crushed trees. I heard rocks tumbling now and then, like the land was still moving. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing noises outside. Thuds, snapping wood, crunching sounds. I got up and checked the window a few times. I didn't see anything, just trees swaying in the dark. I told myself it was normal. After a landslide, the land takes time to settle. Still, it made me nervous. The next morning, I tried to climb the hill beside the cabin to get a better view of the road and maybe get a signal on my phone. It was harder than I thought. The slope was steep, and the ground was soft. I slipped a few times. At one point, I stepped on a patch of loose dirt, and half the hill slid down with me. I fell hard, scraped my arms, and tore my pants. I went back down and gave up. My phone still had no signal. I decided to stay put. 3 days passed. The days were quiet, but at night I started hearing things again. Not just wood creaking or branches snapping. I started hearing movement, slow, heavy steps. Once, I thought I heard something scratching the side of the cabin. I grabbed the lantern and looked outside, but saw nothing. Another night, I heard what sounded like a low grunt. I waited by the door, holding a small axe I had brought for chopping wood. It wasn't fear at first. It was tension, like I was expecting something to happen. Every night, the noises got closer, more frequent. Sometimes they circled the cabin. I stopped going on long walks. I stayed close to the building, checking the windows, watching the forest. One morning, I found a set of tracks around the cabin. Not animal tracks. These were human, barefoot, wide steps deep in the dirt. Whoever it was had walked around the building in circles, then vanished into the woods. I stared at those tracks for a long time. They weren't mine. I always wore boots. I didn't have a gun. I had a flare and a small hatchet. That was it. I started sleeping with both next to me. I blocked the front door with a chair. I locked the windows, though they were thin enough to break. I stayed awake most nights now, listening. I stopped using the lantern to avoid showing light. I cooked less, ate cold food, kept quiet. Then one morning I noticed something missing from my porch. A tin cup I always left out to catch rainwater. It was gone. I checked the area and saw more footprints leading down the slope. Whoever was out there had taken it. That day I stayed inside. I didn't move. I just sat by the window with the hatchet in my hand. I didn't know what was happening or who was out there. I just knew I was being watched. I felt it. That night, I heard something tapping the back window. Slow, soft tapping. I didn't move. I lay still on the bed, heart racing. The tapping went on for maybe a full minute. Then silence. I stayed awake till dawn, eyes on the ceiling, hands gripping the hatchet. The next morning, I walked around the cabin with the axe in my hand. I saw more prints. They led to the generator. Someone had pulled the fuel line loose. It was empty. I followed the prints back into the woods, but they vanished at the tree line. I knew now someone was trying to mess with me, or scare me, or worse. I took stock of everything I had. Food was running low. Only 5 cans left. No bread, no rice, just beans, soup, and a few protein bars. I still had water, but not much. I was getting cold at night without the generator. I kept the stove burning longer, but I was running out of wood too. I went out to chop more and kept glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. That evening, I saw movement at the edge of the trees. Not an animal. It was a person. Tall, thin, shirtless, standing behind a tree. Watching. I froze. We just stood there. After maybe 10 seconds, they stepped back and vanished behind the trunk. I didn't see them again. I ran inside and locked the door. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat against the wall with my back to the corner so I could see both windows. Every sound made me flinch. I thought about using the flare, but I didn't want to waste it. I thought about screaming, but who would hear me? The next morning, I found more things missing. My boots, a roll of toilet paper, a can of beans I had left outside by accident. I knew then that whoever was out there was coming closer each night, taking more each time, watching. I was trapped. I decided to leave. I didn't care if the landslide was still unstable. I couldn't stay. I packed what little I could carry. A blanket, some food, water, the flare, the hatchet. I wrapped the hatchet in cloth and tied it to my belt. I wore extra socks and walked out barefoot. I made it halfway down the road before I saw them. 3 people sitting on a fallen log near the landslide. All barefoot, all thin, dirty. Their skin looked gray with dust, their hair long and tangled. They weren't talking. They were just sitting, looking at the blocked road, like they had been there a long time. They didn't move when I got closer. I froze. I couldn't go around them. The hill on both sides was too steep. I backed away slowly, turned around, and walked back to the cabin. That night, they came. I heard them walking up the porch steps. Slow, dragging steps, then scratching on the door, then nothing. I stayed locked inside. It started with a plan that felt harmless. I had been working straight through the last 8 months without any break longer than a weekend. I was tired, frustrated, and feeling like I needed to reset. I didn't want beaches or crowds. I didn't want any place with reception. I just wanted to be far away from everything and everyone. Somewhere quiet and isolated where I could think. That's why I booked the cabin. It was in the middle of nowhere, at the edge of a forest about 3 hours away from any real town. The listing called it a rustic cabin for solitude seekers and had just a few pictures. It was a small wooden place with 1 room, a stove, a bed, and an outhouse about 30 feet away. It was owned by some older guy who said he didn't live in the area anymore. He left the key in a metal box bolted to the deck. I got the code after paying, and that was it. No formal check-in, no neighbors, no hosts. The drive out there was long and quiet. The roads kept narrowing as I got further into the woods, until the last hour was just gravel. My car rocked from side to side, tires crunching over stones, the trees pressing in closer. I started seeing signs that warned about hunting, about bears, about private property. I followed the GPS even when I didn't feel good about it. Eventually, the cabin appeared in front of me like it had just been dropped there. No driveway, no path, just a small log structure sitting alone in a wide clearing surrounded by pine trees. I parked the car off to the side and walked up to the porch. The metal key box was there, just like he said, and the code worked. The cabin smelled like wood and old dust when I stepped inside. I dropped my bag on the floor and looked around. There wasn't much to see. One bed, a small wood-burning stove, a table, and 2 chairs. There were a few kitchen supplies in a cabinet, old pots and pans, a half-used roll of foil, a small camping stove with a fuel canister beside it. A shelf had a few books and maps. The window looked out toward the woods. There was no cell signal, just like I wanted. No service, no internet, no distractions. I unpacked my things slowly and then sat down on the porch with a beer and watched the sun drop behind the trees. It was quiet, really quiet, not like the quiet of a city apartment late at night. This was total silence. No hum of machines, no far-off voices, just the occasional rustle in the trees and the wind through the branches. Felt good. I thought it would stay that way. The first night passed without anything unusual. I cooked something quick on the camp stove, then read until I got tired. I remember listening to the forest for a while before falling asleep. There was a kind of constant sound, crickets, the trees creaking, wind. It made the silence feel alive. I slept deeper than I had in months. The next day, I started settling in. I explored the clearing around the cabin and found the outhouse, which was rough but fine. I also found a trail behind the cabin that didn't look like it was used much anymore. I followed it for a bit, maybe a quarter mile, until it just faded into the undergrowth. When I got back, I gathered some wood from a small pile near the porch, made a fire in the stove, and spent the rest of the afternoon reading. It was sometime that second night that I first felt it. I was lying in bed and I just couldn't relax. I wasn't thinking about anything, but I had a weird feeling like something was off. My heart was beating a little faster than normal. I sat up and looked around the cabin. Nothing. Everything was how I left it. The stove was out. It was dark and cold. I laid back down and told myself to let it go. But I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up and listening. I thought I heard something outside at one point, but it could have been anything. A branch. A squirrel. The next morning I went for a longer walk. I followed the old trail again and tried to find where it went, but it just curved through the trees for a while before disappearing. I noticed things felt different out there. Still quiet, but heavier. Like the woods were too still. I didn't see any animals, no birds, no movement. Just the trees and the underbrush. I turned back. I spent the afternoon chopping some firewood and trying to relax. But the feeling didn't go away. I kept looking at the woods like something might step out of them. That night, I left the lantern on. I knew I'd waste the fuel, but I didn't care. I didn't want to sleep in the dark. I thought maybe I was just adjusting to being alone, but something about the quiet now felt too thick. On the 4th night, I woke up around 2 in the morning because I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal sound. It was a sharp crunch, like a boot on gravel. I froze in bed, holding my breath, listening. It didn't happen again. I got up slowly and looked out the window, but it was too dark to see anything. I stood there for almost 10 minutes. Then I forced myself to go back to bed. I locked the door before I laid back down. The next morning, I found a footprint in the dirt near the outhouse. At first, I thought it might have been mine, but the tread was different. I had smooth rubber soles. This one had ridges, like a hiking boot. It was just one print, a little faded, but it was there. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't know what to do. There was no one around for miles. Could have been old. Could have been someone who stayed before me, but it looked new. I went back to the cabin and locked the door. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I kept watching the woods. I was sure someone had been there. I didn't hear anything again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I stepped outside, I looked at the tree line. I couldn't see anything, but that didn't help. I felt like something was standing just out of sight. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, but part of me knew I wasn't. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just laid there listening. Every sound made me sit up. Around 3 a.m., I heard something knock against the side of the cabin. Not hard, just a light thump, then nothing. I got up and lit the lantern. I sat in the chair with my flashlight and just waited for the sun. That morning, I went outside and walked around the cabin. I found something strange on the back wall, 2 small marks about chest high. They were too evenly spaced to be animal claws or anything like that. It looked like someone had pressed something metal against the wood. I don't know why, but it scared me more than anything else. It wasn't random. Someone had been back there. I packed my stuff and decided to leave. I didn't care that I had 3 more nights left. I loaded everything back into the car and started driving back down the gravel road. I made it about 15 minutes before I saw something that made my stomach drop. A tree had fallen across the road. A big one, too big to move. I stopped the car and just stared at it. I got out and walked up to it. It wasn't rotted or storm damaged. It had been cut. Clean, fresh cuts at both ends, like someone had dropped it there on purpose. The road was too narrow to turn around. I'd have to back up a long way to find a spot. I got back in the car and drove in reverse until I found a flat area where I could turn. I was sweating the whole time. My hands were shaking. I didn't know what was going on, but it wasn't just some bad luck. Someone didn't want me to leave. I decided to go back to the cabin and wait until morning. Maybe the tree wasn't there before. Maybe someone put it there after I left. I didn't know. I spent that night inside the cabin with a knife in my hand. I didn't sleep. Every sound outside made me flinch. Around midnight, I thought I saw a light flicker in the woods, like a flashlight. It moved between the trees for a second and then went out. I waited, heart pounding. I didn't move until the sun came up. That morning, I went out with the axe and started chopping a side trail through the woods. I didn't care if it took all day. I wasn't staying another night. I followed the tree line along the edge of the road until I found another way around the downed tree. It wasn't easy, but after about 4 hours, I had enough space to drive the car through the underbrush. I loaded up again and left without looking back. I didn't stop until I hit the nearest town, and even then I didn't relax. I kept checking my mirror, sure someone was following. I didn't say anything to anyone. I just found a motel, locked the door, and finally slept for 12 hours straight. I never went back. I never left a review or contacted the owner. I don't know what was happening out there, and I don't want to. Maybe someone was squatting nearby. Maybe someone didn't want people on their land. Maybe it was just one person trying to scare me off. It worked. That cabin felt like a trap, like someone had set it up to make you think you were alone when you weren't. There were too many signs. The footprint, the marks on the wall, the light in the trees, the sound of footsteps at night, the tree across the road. It still gets to me sometimes. When I hear a branch snap outside my apartment window, when I walk through quiet woods, I think about that place, how far away it was from anything, how long it would have taken for anyone to even notice I was gone. And I know that if I hadn't left when I did, something worse would have happened. Something I wouldn't have been able to walk away from. That was the last time I ever stayed in a cabin alone. I don't care how peaceful it looks in the pictures. I don't care how tired I am. I learned something. I went to the cabin because I needed to think. That's the simple truth. I wasn't trying to escape anything too dramatic. Just a job I didn't like anymore and a city that felt too loud every morning when I opened my eyes. For months, I had been waking up with this tight feeling in my chest, like I was already late for something. It was the kind of stress you can't point to. My sleep wasn't restful. I didn't eat much. I wasn't in any kind of trouble, just drained. I found the place online. It was a small cabin in the northern part of the state, 3 hours from the nearest city. No neighbors close by, just a dirt road winding through the woods. The listing said it had solar panels for electricity, a wood stove for heat, and a water pump system that worked most of the year. It was early October, so I figured the weather would be cold enough to keep the bugs away, but not bad enough to freeze anything. I packed my old SUV with 2 coolers of food, some dry goods, a few gallons of water just in case the pump didn't work, a pile of what I bought from a gas station, a camp stove, my sleeping bag, a camping mat, a hunting knife I didn't know how to use, and some books I had been meaning to read. I also brought my old trail camera and a pair of binoculars, even though I didn't plan to hunt or really do anything specific. I just wanted to sit, maybe hike, maybe write, mostly just breathe without sirens and apartment walls. The drive up was mostly uneventful. The highway was quiet, the music in my car was soft, and the trees started turning deep orange and yellow the farther I got from town. There was a certain peace in that stretch of road, like the air got clearer with every mile. I stopped once to refuel and once more to check the map. Cell service dropped out about 20 minutes before I reached the dirt road that led to the cabin. I didn't mind that. I actually welcomed it. The road was rough and narrow, the kind where one wrong turn puts you in a ditch or against a tree. It was more of a trail than a road, honestly, barely wide enough for the SUV. Branches brushed against both sides as I drove. I took it slow, kept the windows down, and listened. Birds mostly, a few squirrels. Nothing unusual. Took me about 40 minutes to reach the clearing where the cabin sat. The structure was simple: 1 floor, a steep metal roof, a small porch with a wooden chair, and a rusty axe leaning against the side. There was a shed behind the cabin, maybe 20 feet away, and beyond that, woods stretching for what looked like miles. No tire tracks, no paths, no people. It was exactly what I wanted. The first thing I did was unlock the cabin and check everything. The key had been mailed to me by the owner, who lived out west and used the place once or twice a year. The inside smelled like dry wood and a little bit of dust. There was one room with a bed frame, a table, a few shelves, and a tiny bathroom with a compost toilet. No shower. The solar battery was half full, so I had limited power. That was fine. I had a headlamp and candles. I opened the windows to let in some fresh air and started unloading my gear. Took maybe half an hour to get settled. I stacked my food in bins under the table and set my sleeping bag on the bed. The mattress was thin but clean. No mold, no signs of rodents. Everything was quiet, just wind and trees. After I unpacked, I sat on the porch with a cup of instant coffee and listened. I couldn't hear a single human sound. No cars, no voices, no planes. It was just wind through the branches and dry leaves moving along the ground. I spent the first 2 days like that, eating, reading, walking short trails around the cabin, checking the pump and the solar panel voltage, trying to breathe slow. I didn't see anyone or hear anything strange. It was peaceful. I'd wake up with the sun, make coffee, walk a bit, and sit in the chair on the porch in the evening until it got too cold. There were deer tracks near the shed and some droppings farther out, but nothing unusual. On the 3rd morning, I found something odd. I had set up my trail camera on a tree facing the small animal trail that led into the woods behind the shed. It was the only path I'd seen where the grass was bent down, like animals used it regularly. I strapped the camera low, facing the trail, and left it overnight. That morning, when I checked the card, I saw 2 photos. The first one showed a deer walking past, right at dawn. The second was harder to make out. It looked like a man, maybe 50 feet back, wearing a thick coat and a cap. He was walking the same direction as the deer. The image was grainy, low resolution in the early light, but it was clearly a person. That didn't make sense to me. I hadn't seen any other cabins or roads nearby. I'd driven for almost an hour on that dirt trail and never saw a turnoff. There was no reason anyone would be back there, unless he was hunting. That was the only thing that made sense. The season had just started. Maybe he hiked in from somewhere farther away. Still, it felt strange. I spent the rest of that day paying more attention. I didn't hike. I stayed close to the cabin, kept looking at the trail through my binoculars. I never saw anyone. No more movement. The trees swayed, the sun dropped, and I went to bed early. That night, I left the trail camera up again. The next morning, the card had 3 photos. 1 deer again, then nothing. Then the same man standing in the exact same spot as before. This time, he was facing the camera. He was looking right at it. Chilled me. Not in a horror movie way, just cold, slow realization. He had seen the camera. It meant he had walked close enough to notice it, maybe even touch it. I went outside, walked to the trail, and checked the area. No footprints I could see, but the ground was dry. There wouldn't be any. I took the camera down and kept it in the cabin. The rest of the day I stayed inside. I read the same page of my book 3 times. I made coffee I didn't drink. I kept looking out the window. By the afternoon, I had convinced myself it was just a hunter. He had probably hiked through and noticed the camera, maybe even waved at it. Some people do that. I tried to push it out of my head. That night I heard something. It was around 2 in the morning. The woods had gone quiet. No wind, just still air pressing against the walls. Then a sound. A soft, fast footstep on the porch. Then another. Then the creak of the chair. I didn't move. I stayed under my sleeping bag, heart pounding. The sound didn't continue. No knock, no voice, no light. Just those 2 quick steps and the wooden creak like someone leaned on the chair. I stayed awake until the sky turned gray. The next morning, I stepped outside slowly. The chair had been moved. Not far, just slightly rotated. A few inches to the left. It could have been the wind, I told myself, even though there hadn't been any. It was easier to believe that than the alternative. I considered leaving. I really did. But something in me pushed back. Pride maybe, or just the stubbornness that comes from wanting to prove the world isn't always dangerous. I made a plan instead. I would keep a flashlight by the bed. I'd stay 1 more night. If anything else happened, I'd leave in the morning. That day, I didn't go outside much. I just stayed close to the windows and watched. I didn't even build a fire, worried the smoke would make it too easy to see the cabin from the woods. As night came, I locked the door, shut the windows, and lay down in my sleeping bag, still in my clothes. It was quiet again. Then, at around 1:30, I heard the soft tap of a footstep on the ground outside. Then another. Then the sound of something being dragged, maybe a stick or a boot over leaves. It was faint, but it was there. Then nothing. I sat there, holding the flashlight, afraid to turn it on, afraid to move. I waited. After a few minutes, I heard a single soft thump, like someone leaning against the outside wall, and then breathing, right on the other side of the wall. Slow, shallow. It went on for maybe 5 minutes. Then it stopped. Then the footsteps started again, slower, walking away this time, fading into the trees. The next morning, I packed. I didn't care about pride or stubbornness anymore. I put all the food back in the coolers, rolled up my sleeping bag, shoved everything into the SUV. I didn't even check the camera again. I just wanted to be out before night came. As I was about to leave, I walked behind the shed one last time. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to see if he had left anything. There, carved into the back wall of the shed with what looked like a knife, were 4 numbers. 5289. Nothing else. No initials. No name. Just that. I left and never looked back. Ending. When I got back to the city, I tried looking up the number. It didn't match any local address or code. I checked online forums, hiking blogs, hunting pages. Nothing. Just a number that meant nothing to anyone. But it meant something to him, whoever he was. Maybe it was a code. Maybe it was just meant to scare me. Maybe he had done it before. I reported it to the owner of the cabin. He didn't seem surprised, just said he'd check it out. I never heard back. I don't go out into the woods anymore. Not alone. I don't trust the silence like I used to. I booked the cabin after one of the worst years of my life. I didn't tell anyone. No social media posts, no texts. Not even my brother, who usually knew everything I did, had any clue. I wanted to disappear for a while, not forever, but long enough to forget a few things. I was burned out. I had lost my job, my relationship, and a lawsuit over something I didn't even do. It all just stacked on top of itself until I felt like I was drowning. So I looked for a place far away, something without cell reception, something simple, quiet, just woods, wind, and time. The cabin was 3 hours from the nearest town. It sat deep inside a national forest in the northwest part of the state. The rental listing didn't have many photos, just one of the outside showing a dark wood cabin with a green roof and another of a fireplace. It mentioned there was no Wi-Fi, no TV, no nearby neighbors, and no paved road access. It warned about bears. It was exactly what I needed. I drove up in my old Toyota Corolla, filled with enough canned food, rice, protein bars, and water to last a couple of weeks. I brought extra batteries, a camping lantern, a big first aid kit, and even a small folding saw. I had a solar charger for my phone, even though I doubted I'd get service. I over-prepared, but that's how I am. I wanted to shut the world out, but I didn't want to get stuck without something essential. The last 20 minutes of the drive were on a gravel road. Trees closed in on both sides like green walls. I had to slow down to a crawl to keep from bouncing off into a ditch. The road twisted and dipped, sometimes looking more like a dry creek bed than a road. I passed 2 turnoffs that didn't lead to anything and one old rusted car that had clearly been there for decades. That last stretch made me feel like I was driving away from the world entirely. When I reached the cabin, I parked in a little dirt clearing next to it. The cabin looked smaller than it had in the photo. It sat on short stilts, barely off the ground, and had one door, one window on the front, and a metal chimney sticking out the roof. The trees grew so close around it that I could barely see the sky in some directions. It was late afternoon, quiet. The only sound was the wind rustling high in the branches. No birds, no people. I shut off the engine and just sat there for a few minutes. I could already feel the silence pressing in. I unlocked the cabin with the key that had been mailed to me in a plain envelope. The inside smelled like dust and old wood. It was one open room with a bed against the back wall, a wood stove, a small kitchen area with a propane burner, and a table with 2 chairs. There was a door to a bathroom, thankfully with a compost toilet. No running water, though. I'd have to use the plastic containers I brought. No shower, no fridge, just the basics. Felt like camping indoors. I unpacked slowly. Every movement echoed. I put the food into plastic bins and stacked them under the counter. I checked the cabinets and found a few old pots and a kettle. There were some matches, a dull knife, and 2 empty mouse traps. I swept the floor even though it didn't really need it. I wiped down the window, washed my hands with bottled water, and sat down on the bed. That was when I noticed how thin the walls felt. Not in a literal sense, but in how much they didn't hold back the outside world. I could hear every creak of trees swaying, every pine needle tapping the roof. The place was quiet, but not in a comforting way. That night, I cooked some rice and tuna, lit a candle, and sat at the table. I didn't read. I didn't listen to music. I just sat and ate and listened. The silence was different out here. It wasn't empty. It felt like it was watching me, like the woods were aware that something new had arrived. After I cleaned up and packed my food away, I went to bed early. The mattress was old but usable. I lay there in the dark, listening to the stove tick as it cooled. I heard the wind, distant branches cracking, and what might have been an owl. I drifted off after what felt like hours. I woke up around 2 a.m. Something had thumped against the wall, just once. I lay there, holding my breath, staring into the dark. The cabin didn't have curtains, and the moonlight spilled in silver blue. I waited, ears straining. Nothing, not another sound. I eventually convinced myself it was a falling branch or maybe a raccoon. I went back to sleep. Over the next few days, I fell into a routine. I'd wake up with the light, make oatmeal, boil water for tea, then walk around the area. There were no trails nearby, so I just wandered. I didn't go far. I didn't want to get turned around. I'd come back to the cabin by noon, read from an old paperback, chop some kindling, or just sit. I tried to let my thoughts slow down. Sometimes I felt calm, but other times, the silence made my chest tight. It was too big, too empty. By the 5th day, I noticed something odd. A small pile of stones had appeared at the edge of the clearing. I hadn't seen it before. It wasn't natural looking. The rocks were stacked deliberately, 5 or 6 high, forming a little tower. I stared at it for a while. Then I kicked it over. I didn't like the feeling it gave me. Felt wrong. Not dangerous, just out of place. like it didn't belong there, or maybe like I didn't. The next morning, another pile had appeared, in a different spot closer to the cabin. This one had 7 rocks and a stick sticking out the top like a flagpole. I didn't touch this one. I left it and walked the opposite way into the woods for a while, trying to clear my head. I didn't want to overthink it, but I couldn't help it. The woods weren't exactly crowded. Someone had to have put those there. Maybe a hiker, maybe a hunter, but I hadn't seen or heard anyone in days. No voices, no engine sounds, no distant gunshots. Nothing. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I heard movement outside. Soft steps, not animal footsteps. Too slow, too measured. But when I'd look out the window, I'd see nothing. I considered leaving the next morning, driving back, but I didn't. Part of me didn't want to let fear decide that. Another part didn't want to admit I'd made a mistake coming here. The next day, I found tracks. They weren't fresh, but they were clear. Human, barefoot. They led from the woods to the side of the cabin, then away again. I followed them for a while, but they disappeared into the pine needles. The prints were small, maybe the size of a teenager's foot. Narrow, high-arched, and deep in the heel. Not wide like someone wearing boots. I felt sick to my stomach looking at them. Why would someone be barefoot out here? It was cold at night. Sharp branches and stones covered the ground. It didn't make sense. I went back inside and locked the door, even though it barely mattered. It was a thin wooden door with a small latch. I moved the table in front of it that night. I didn't sleep. I sat on the bed with the hatchet I'd brought in case I needed to split logs. I kept the lantern on low. My heartbeat felt like a drum in my chest. At around 3 a.m., I heard breathing outside the wall. Slow, deep, in and out. Not close enough to see, but close enough to hear. I froze. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. Nothing else. I didn't go back to sleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. More stones. 3 piles. One right under the window. One near the woodpile. One beside my car. All slightly different. One had bits of bark stacked between the stones. One had moss pressed flat on the top rock. They were like messages I couldn't read. That afternoon, I packed everything back into the car. I was going to leave. I didn't care if it made me feel like a coward. I didn't feel safe. When I turned the key in the ignition, the engine didn't turn over. Not even a click. The battery was dead. I popped the hood. Nothing seemed wrong. I tried the dome light. Nothing. Completely dead. I checked my phone, no signal, of course. I had no way to call anyone. The nearest town was probably a 4-hour hike, assuming I didn't get lost. I sat in the front seat for a long time, staring into the woods. I knew I had enough food and water. I wasn't in danger of starving, but something wasn't right here. I could feel it in my bones. Every time I stepped outside, the air felt thicker, heavier, like I was being watched through hundreds of eyes I couldn't see. That night, I kept the fire in the stove going strong. I blocked the door with everything I could. Chairs, bins, even the mattress pulled sideways. I didn't care how crazy it looked. I needed a barrier, just something between me and whatever was out there. I didn't hear anything until after midnight. Then I heard footsteps, bare, slow, scraping against the dirt and wood, around the cabin. Once, twice, 3 times, then silence. In the morning, I checked the car again. The hood was slightly open. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, the battery cables had been cut. Clean, straight. Someone had done it with a blade. And I was alone. Continued in reply. Continued from above. My hands started shaking as It was late September when I decided I needed to get away from everything. I'd been working from home for over a year, barely stepping outside, living off caffeine and anxiety. My head was always pounding, my eyes always dry from staring at screens. One day, I just turned off the laptop and thought, enough of this. I needed air, space. I needed to be alone somewhere quiet. I looked online and found this small off-grid cabin in the woods, listed on a website that people use to rent out rural places. The pictures showed a single-story wooden cabin tucked between thick pine trees, with a small porch, no nearby neighbors, and no Wi-Fi. It looked peaceful and cut off from the world. Exactly what I needed. The owner's profile seemed normal. He had good reviews, all from people saying things like, "Quiet stay, beautiful scenery, would book again." That was all I wanted, somewhere I could stay alone and do nothing. I packed a week's worth of food, water, a few clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a folding knife. I also brought my journal and a couple of paperbacks, but no laptop, no phone charger. I wanted to disconnect completely. The drive took almost 5 hours from the city, most of it along narrow 2-lane roads through hills and forest. There were long stretches with no gas stations or signs. The last part was on a gravel road that curved deep into the woods. It was so quiet that I started to feel like I had driven into some forgotten part of the country. My tires kicked up clouds of dust, and every so often I'd see deer dart into the trees. Eventually, I saw the wooden sign for the cabin. It just said Red Pine and pointed left, down a dirt path. I followed it and found the cabin at the end of the trail, tucked in between tall trees, with a clearing around it and a fire pit made from stones out front. The place looked just like the pictures. Simple, old, but clean. The logs were a little weathered, and the steps creaked as I walked up, but it had charm. No neighbors, no traffic sounds, just wind and birds. The key was in a lockbox, and I got in without a problem. Inside was a small main room with a couch, a table, and a wood stove. To the right was a little kitchenette, and to the left, a narrow hallway led to a bedroom and a small bathroom. There was no TV, no electronics, just a few old books on a shelf and some tools by the stove. The windows were clean and the air smelled like wood and old stone. It was exactly what I'd wanted. I unpacked, put my food in the mini fridge, made a quick meal, and then just sat on the porch with a blanket. It was quiet in a way I hadn't experienced in years. Not fake quiet like with headphones or white noise. Real, natural quiet, with only the sound of leaves rustling or squirrels running across the roof. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. The next few days were peaceful. I went for walks in the woods behind the cabin. I read in the mornings, made simple meals, and sat outside during the afternoon. I even chopped some firewood from the pile out back, just to keep busy. I didn't see a single person or car. It felt like the world had gone still, and I didn't mind at all. For the first time in a long while, I didn't feel pulled in 10 directions. I didn't even think about work or bills or anything else. It was the 4th day when something started to feel off. I was sitting on the couch after breakfast, flipping through an old nature book I found on the shelf. I stretched my legs out and leaned back. As I did, my foot nudged the baseboard under the shelf, and I heard a soft click, like something hollow. I paused. I got down on my hands and knees and tapped the wooden baseboard again. It sounded different than the rest. I pressed on it, and it moved slightly. Curious, I pulled at it, and it slid out like a drawer. Inside was a small black box with a lens on it. Camera. It was one of those cheap mini spy cameras, the kind people hide in clocks or smoke detectors. It had a little memory card in it. My stomach tightened. Why the hell was this hidden in the cabin? I looked around, suddenly seeing the room differently. I had been lounging here every morning, sometimes in my underwear, thinking I was alone. I sat back and stared at the box. I didn't know what to do at first. I took it outside to get a better look in the sunlight. It had a USB port and no battery, which meant it was wired to something. I went back inside and looked behind the shelf. There was a thin wire that ran into the wall. That's when I noticed something else. A tiny hole in the corner of the room where the wall met the ceiling. I stood on the couch and looked closely. It was another lens, a second camera. Suddenly, I felt exposed. I scanned the whole cabin, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and I started finding more of them. Hidden behind vents, tucked into corners, some in plain sight disguised as screws. I found at least 5 in total, all wired into the walls. My heart started pounding. I felt like I was being watched, even though I knew these cameras couldn't be live without internet. Still, someone had gone out of their way to install them. Someone had been recording people in this cabin, maybe for years, I didn't know if I was the only one who'd ever found them. Most people probably just came and went, never looking too closely. But now I'd seen them, and I couldn't unsee them. My first thought was to leave right away. I started packing my bag, tossing in clothes and food without folding anything. But the thought of driving down those long roads, back into civilization, with all this spinning in my head, I hesitated. I wanted to understand what was happening. Who installed the cameras? Why? I decided to do one more sweep of the cabin. I looked behind every piece of furniture, under the rug, inside the vents. In the bedroom, I found something else. A metal hatch in the floor of the closet. I'd noticed the closet before but never thought much about it. But now I looked closer. The hatch had no lock, just a recessed handle. I pulled it up, and it opened with a groan. There was a narrow set of wooden steps going down into darkness. No lights, no railing. I got my flashlight and went down slowly. The basement was unfinished. Just dirt and concrete, low ceiling, and the smell of mold and damp wood. There were wires running along the beams overhead, and a folding table pushed against the far wall. On the table were 2 old monitors, a tangle of cords, and a boxy black DVR unit. There was dust everywhere, but I could see fingerprints on the DVR. I pressed the power button. Nothing happened. It was unplugged. I found the power strip and plugged it back in. After a few seconds, the monitors flickered to life. A menu appeared, multiple camera feeds labeled main room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, porch. All 5 cameras were active. The system had been recording. I checked the playback menu and scrolled through the files. There were hundreds of video clips, each labeled with a date and time. Some of them were months old. Some were from just 2 days ago. I watched one. It showed me sitting at the table, eating oatmeal and staring out the window. Another showed me walking into the bathroom, brushing my teeth. The cameras had been on the entire time I was here. I pulled out the memory card from the DVR and shoved it into my pocket. I unplugged everything, yanked the cables out of the wall, and took a picture of the setup with my phone. I was breathing fast now, angry, disgusted. This wasn't just creepy, it was criminal. But the worst part was what I found next. There was another hard drive sitting beside the DVR. I almost didn't notice it. It was dusty and unmarked. I plugged it into the system and opened the folder. There were more files, dozens, but these weren't mine. The thumbnails showed different people, couples, women, solo travelers. All of them inside the cabin, caught in private moments. Changing clothes, lying in bed, showering. I felt sick. Someone had been collecting footage of renters for years. I didn't watch more. I just shut the system down and packed the hard drive and the memory card. I needed to get these to the police. I had no idea who the owner really was or where he lived, but his profile was still up on the website. I took screenshots of it. His name, photo, listing, everything. I drove out that afternoon, fast, barely stopping. I didn't feel safe until I was back on the main highway. Every car I passed made me jumpy. Every truck looked like it could be following me. I checked my rearview mirror constantly. When I got home, I went straight to the police and told them everything. I gave them the hard drive, the camera, the memory cards, the screenshots. They took it seriously. A detective called me the next day to say they had opened an investigation. It turned out the owner wasn't who he said he was. The name on the rental listing was fake. The ID he used on the platform was forged. But they eventually traced him through financial records and a vehicle registered to the property. He was a man in his late 40s who had been renting the cabin for nearly 7 years. He'd lived out of a trailer nearby and ran the camera setup from there. He would collect the footage and sell some of it online, hidden behind layers of fake accounts. Some of the videos had been downloaded thousands of times. They found more recordings, more hard drives. He'd been filmed. It was late October when I decided to take a break from everything. My head was full. I had been working nonstop for almost a year and felt like I was burning out. I was tired of the city, tired of seeing the same faces every day, tired of hearing the constant buzz of traffic, sirens, and shouting neighbors. I needed to get away for a while, just me and some silence. I thought maybe some time in the woods would help me clear my mind. I had rented a small cabin up in the northern part of the state. It was about 4 hours' drive from where I lived. The place looked nice in the photos online. It was built just below a tall ridge, surrounded by dense pine trees, and the nearest town was at least 20 miles away. There was no cell signal up there, no Wi-Fi, no TV, just a radio and some old books. That was exactly what I wanted. A break from screens, people, and noise. I left early in the morning. The drive was long, but peaceful. As I got closer to the area, the roads turned to gravel and the trees started getting taller. I remember rolling down my windows and breathing in the fresh air. It smelled like pine and cold earth. The sun was already sinking low when I arrived at the cabin. The light hit the ridge behind it and painted the rocks a deep orange color. The cabin itself was small but clean. Just one main room with a bed in the corner, a small table with 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove, and a kitchenette. There was a separate bathroom with a composting toilet and a shower that ran off a rain barrel outside. It wasn't luxury, but it felt like enough. I unpacked my bags and lit a fire in the stove. I had brought groceries with me, just enough for a week, and some water jugs since I wasn't sure how clean the rain barrel water would be. That first night, I sat on the porch with a blanket wrapped around me, sipping tea and staring at the trees. It was so quiet. I could hear the wind brushing through the needles and the occasional crack of a branch falling somewhere in the forest. The stars were out. I hadn't seen that many stars in years. I stayed out until my fingers started to go numb. Then I went inside and fell asleep quickly. The silence wrapped around me like a heavy blanket. The first couple of days passed slowly in a good way. I read, went for walks, made simple meals, and spent time just sitting in the woods. I liked listening to the sound of leaves crunching under my boots, the distant calls of birds I didn't recognize, and the way the wind made the tops of the trees sway like waves on an ocean. Every now and then I saw a deer, and once a group of wild turkeys moving clumsily across the path. On the third day, I went farther than I usually did. I had a small map of the area and saw that there was a trail that looped around the ridge behind the cabin. It was a longer walk, maybe 5 miles, but I had nothing but time. I packed a sandwich and a water bottle and set out in the morning. The trail was rough and not well marked, but it wasn't hard to follow if I paid attention. About halfway through the loop, I found a flat rock outcropping that looked over the valley below. I sat down and ate my sandwich, watching the wind move through the trees. I stayed there for almost an hour. When I got back to the cabin later that afternoon, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the soft ground near the porch. They were fresh. I could still see the edges clearly, and they weren't mine. They were bigger than my boots, spaced wider apart. Someone had walked up to the cabin while I was gone. My first thought was that maybe it was the owner checking on the place, but that didn't make sense. There were no tire tracks, and I would have heard a vehicle anyway. The only road in was the one I had driven on, and it ended right at the cabin. I looked around but didn't see anyone. I checked inside. Nothing was missing. Nothing was moved. The door was still locked, same as I had left it. I tried to shrug it off. Maybe it was a hiker who got turned around. Maybe they saw the cabin and thought someone might be there to help. It was probably nothing. That night, though, I didn't sleep as well. I kept thinking about those footprints. I kept listening for sounds outside, but all I heard was wind. The next day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I chopped some firewood, cleaned up the inside, and spent a few hours writing in my journal. In the afternoon, I went out to sit on that same rock near the ridge. It was quiet, as usual, but I kept feeling like something was off. I kept glancing over my shoulder, thinking I'd see someone standing in the trees, but I never did. When I walked back to the cabin, I noticed something else. On a tree near the trail, there were scratches. They weren't natural. For long, deep marks carved into the bark, like someone had dragged a knife down it. The wood was fresh, still light-colored where it had been cut. I hadn't seen those there before. I felt that same uneasy feeling in my gut, like something was watching me or waiting. I went back inside and locked the door, even though it wasn't dark yet. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. I didn't know why. I just sat up suddenly, heart beating fast. like I had heard something but couldn't remember what. I got up and looked out the window. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, I saw movement up on the ridge behind the cabin. Just a flicker of shape against the moonlit rocks. Someone was up there, standing still. They were too far to make out details, but I could tell it wasn't an animal. It was tall and upright. I stood there for a long time, staring. The figure didn't move. After a while, I couldn't see them anymore. Either they walked away or just stepped out of sight. The next morning, I climbed up the ridge to look. Took a while and the slope was steep. I kept stopping to catch my breath. When I finally reached the top, I looked down at the cabin below. It was a clear view, just like I thought. Anyone standing up there could watch the place easily without being seen. I walked around the ridge, looking for footprints or signs that someone had been there, but I didn't find anything clear. By then, I was starting to feel real fear. Not just nervousness, but the kind of fear that makes your stomach tighten and your thoughts race. I kept telling myself it was probably just a hunter or another hiker who didn't mean any harm. But I couldn't explain the scratches on the tree or why someone would be standing up there in the middle of the night. I didn't sleep much after that. Every night I sat up in bed, listening. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps on the gravel outside. Sometimes I thought I saw a shadow move past the window. I stopped going on walks. I kept the fire burning and stayed close to the stove, where the light was bright. On the 5th night, I heard something that made my blood go cold. It was around midnight. I was lying in bed, trying to calm my thoughts. Then I heard a sound right outside the window, the sound of someone exhaling. Slow, loud, close, like they were standing just beneath the windowsill. Then a soft crunch, like a footstep in gravel. I froze. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I lay there for over an hour, heart pounding, listening. The sound stopped. I didn't know if the person had left or was still out there, just standing silently. The next morning, I found more footprints. This time, they circled the cabin. They came from the woods, walked around the porch, and disappeared back into the trees. I knew I couldn't stay there anymore. I had 2 days left on the rental, but I didn't care. I packed up my things that morning, loaded the car, and drove away. I kept checking the rearview mirror the entire way, expecting to see someone step out of the trees and onto the road. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station near the highway. I went inside, used the bathroom, and bought a coffee even though my hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold it. I sat there for a while trying to make sense of everything. There was no proof of anything. I hadn't seen a face, hadn't spoken to anyone. I had no photos, no videos, just footprints, scratches, and a feeling that someone had been watching me every day and night. A few days later, back at home, I got a call from the cabin owner. He said he had gone up there after I left to check on things. He asked if I had made the marks on the tree or left the stone pile behind the cabin. I hadn't made any pile. I asked what he meant. He said someone had built a small stack of flat rocks, like a marker, behind the cabin, and stuck a piece of torn flannel in between the stones. He thought it looked like a piece of a shirt. I didn't know what to say. I just told him I didn't leave it and hung up. It's been almost a year now. I haven't been back to the woods since. I still don't know who that person was, what they wanted, or why they were watching me. I try not to think about it too much, but sometimes at night I wake up and feel like I did in that cabin, heart racing, unsure why, listening for sounds in the dark. And sometimes I look out my apartment window and think I see someone standing across the street, just far enough away that I can't see their face. I always tell myself it's just my imagination. I hope that's all it is. But deep down, I know what I felt out there wasn't in my head. Someone was watching me, and maybe they still are. I wasn't planning to spend 2 weeks alone in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. Originally, it was just going to be 5 days, long enough to unplug, clear my head, and do some writing. Life in the city had been too noisy, too busy. I needed silence for a while, so I rented a small wooden cabin through a vacation site. It was placed way up in the mountains of Montana, about a 4-hour drive from the nearest town. The listing said it had no internet, no cell service, and no neighbors for at least 10 miles. That was what I wanted, complete quiet. I drove there in late January. The first few hours of the drive were smooth, but the last stretch was up a winding forest road covered in snow. My car, a second-hand Subaru with snow tires, handled it better than I expected. I reached the cabin just before dark. The sun was low, and the whole sky looked pink and pale orange over the tall trees. I remember how peaceful everything looked. Snow covered the roof, the trees, the ground. Smoke curled from the small chimney. Felt like I was stepping into another world. The cabin itself was tiny. A single room with a small bathroom and a wood stove. There was no plumbing, just a water tank, and I had to use a generator for electricity. It had a bed, a table, a small shelf with books, and a big window that faced the trees. I had brought enough food for a week: canned stuff, some dry goods, trail mix, and 2 big jugs of water. The cabin was quiet, warm from the stove, and smelled like old wood and smoke. I unpacked, ate a cold meal from a can, and fell asleep early that first night. For the first 2 days, I wrote in a notebook during the mornings and went walking in the afternoons. The snow outside was knee-deep, and there were no trails, just a wide forest stretching in every direction. I saw deer tracks a few times and heard birds, but never saw another person. Felt nice. The silence was heavier than I expected. No cars, no voices, no phones, no humming electronics. Just wind and birds and the sound of snow under my boots. On the 3rd day, it started snowing again. Light at first, then heavier. By afternoon, the trees had vanished behind thick white curtains. I stayed inside that day. I read, made soup, and added more wood to the fire. That evening, the storm got louder. The wind pressed against the cabin walls, and snow hit the window so hard I couldn't see out of it anymore. I tried to sleep, but kept waking up to the wind shaking the cabin. The next morning, everything was buried. The door had to be pushed hard to open, and snow spilled inside when I did. It was past my knees now, maybe 3 feet. My car was just a shape under the white. I didn't panic yet. The plan was still the same: stay 5 days. I had 2 more days left. The weather would pass. If the snow didn't stop, I could call for help from a ranger station on the drive back. Except the snow didn't stop. Kept falling all day. The sky stayed a pale gray. I kept busy inside, reorganizing supplies, cleaning the cabin, stacking firewood. I started to feel that quiet I'd wanted so badly become something else. It wasn't peace anymore. It was isolation, the kind you can feel pressing into your chest. That night, I slept with the flashlight beside me, even though there was no real reason for it. The next day, the snow had gotten higher. When I looked out the window, it almost touched the bottom of the glass. I tried digging toward my car using a flat piece of firewood, but it was hopeless. I couldn't find the bottom. My hands got numb. I gave up. That night, the generator sputtered and died. I had fuel for it, 2 red cans behind the cabin, but they were buried now, somewhere under 4 feet of snow. I wrapped up in every blanket I had and kept the fire going all night. I started rationing my food. My water jugs were down to 1.5. I boiled some snow, not knowing if it was safe, but it tasted fine and didn't make me sick. That was day 6. By day 7, I realized I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. I was trapped, completely. No phone, no road, no signal, no neighbors. The only option was waiting. I started to notice things changing inside me. I was getting clumsy. My thoughts were slower. I dropped the same book 3 times in one day. I stared at the walls a lot. I caught myself whispering under my breath, even though I had promised not to talk aloud. My food supply was halfway gone. I kept boiling snow every day. I made a rule not to open the door unless I had to. By day 8, I had started sleeping during the day and staying up at night. I don't know why. Something about the darkness outside made me feel like I could see things better when it was dark inside too. I turned off the flashlight more often. I just sat in the cabin and listened to the wind. On day 9, I went outside to try and dig toward the red fuel cans. I marked the spot with a stick the first day, but the stick was gone now. The snow was past my waist, and my hands were raw from the cold. I dug for half an hour, then gave up again. I was breathing hard, and my arms were shaking. I hadn't eaten enough. I I hadn't slept much either. I went back in and lit a new fire. I stared into the flames for a long time. The heat on my face made me feel like I could cry, but I didn't. On day 10, the first thing I noticed when I woke up was the silence. No wind, just nothing. I stepped outside and looked up. The sky was clear, blue, cold but still. It looked beautiful, but it meant nothing. The snow was deep enough to cover the front of the cabin almost completely now. The path I had dug before was filled back in. The car was gone, just gone under a solid blanket of white. That day, I ran out of water in my jugs. I boiled snow every few hours. I knew it wasn't ideal, but it kept me from being thirsty. I cooked one of my last cans of soup and split it between 2 meals. On day 11, I felt pain in my stomach that didn't go away after eating. My head hurt too. I spent most of that day lying under all the blankets, trying to keep warm without using too much firewood. Day 12, I woke up freezing. The fire had gone out while I slept. My fingers were stiff. I spent an hour getting it going again. I dropped the matches twice. I almost screamed. My brain felt like it was under a layer of cotton. I ate the last of my canned beans that day. On day 13, I rationed some trail mix for breakfast and saved the rest for the next day. I started to wonder how long a person could go without eating. I looked thinner when I caught my reflection in the frosted window. My cheeks were hollow, and my eyes looked distant, like they belonged to someone else. That evening, I heard something. Not voices, not animals. It was snow shifting, big, deep sounds, like parts of the forest were moving. I pressed my ear to the wall, and it felt like something massive had slid down a slope somewhere close. I kept the fire low that night and didn't sleep at all. By day 14, I had run out of food. Just a few almonds and 2 pieces of dried fruit left. I chewed 1 almond every few hours to make it last. My body felt weak. Even standing made me tired. I stopped going outside. I stopped doing anything except staying warm. That night, I thought about breaking a window to signal a plane, but I didn't have the strength. Day 15, I didn't get out of bed until the sun was high. I only got up because I thought I saw something through the window, a shadow on the snow. I pulled myself to the window and rubbed away the frost. There were tracks, not animal tracks, boot tracks. Deep, wide, human footprints leading from the trees to the side of the cabin. I stared for a long time. They didn't go to the door. They just stopped at the window and turned back. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours. No one knocked. No one came in. I didn't go out. I just kept looking at those tracks through the glass, heart beating like it was trying to leave my chest. By sunset, they were half filled in by fresh snow. I didn't sleep that night. Day 16, I woke up feeling different. My chest was heavy, my arms shaking. I had no food left, no water. My mouth was dry, and my stomach felt like it was tying itself into knots. My skin was cold to the touch. I looked in the mirror and barely recognized myself. My hair was oily, my lips cracked, my eyes dull and sunken. I knew if I stayed in the cabin much longer, I'd die there. So I made a decision. I dressed in every layer I had. 2 pairs of pants, 3 shirts, a thick jacket, gloves, 2 pairs of socks. I packed the flashlight, some fire-starting stuff, and a half bottle of boiled snow in a plastic container. I tied a scarf around my face and stepped outside. I couldn't see the car anymore, but I remembered the direction of the road, and I started walking. The snow came up to my chest in some places. It took all my strength to push through it. Every few minutes, I had to stop to breathe. My body was screaming. My feet felt like blocks of ice, but I kept moving. I followed the general slope downhill, hoping it would take me toward the road. After 2 hours, I saw trees I remembered from the drive-in. Another hour later, I saw a black I had been planning to go off the grid for a while. I had this idea for a novel I'd been dragging along for over a year. Life in the city kept getting in the way. My phone always buzzed. The streets were loud. People knocked on my door. My job, which allowed remote work, never really let me feel remote. So in early October, when the air got colder and the leaves began to fall, I finally told myself I was going to disappear for a week. Just me, my laptop, some food, and a cabin I'd found through an online listing deep in the mountains of northern Montana. The cabin was privately owned, listed by someone named Thomas who only left a phone number and no profile picture. He said in the description that the cabin was about 11 miles off the main paved road, surrounded by forest, no neighbors within at least 5 miles, no cell signal, and no Wi-Fi. He even said, "Bring everything you'll need and let someone know where you're going." I didn't think much of that. It sounded exactly like what I wanted. I packed a cooler with enough food for 7 days, brought extra water, a backup generator, a solar-powered battery, and basic tools. I brought a hatchet, a knife, and even a small camping stove in case the cabin's kitchen didn't work. I liked being over-prepared, and I was proud of how ready I felt. I drove 12 hours straight, only stopping for gas and snacks. By the time I got to the gravel road that led into the forest, the sun was already starting to dip. That last stretch took forever. The road was barely wide enough for my truck, and it climbed sharply at points. Branches scratched at the side of my vehicle, and there were places where it felt like one wrong turn would send me over the edge. Still, I kept going. Eventually, I reached a clearing. There was the cabin, exactly as shown in the pictures. A dark, weathered rectangle with a tin roof and one small porch on the front. It looked old but solid. The windows had heavy wooden shutters, most of them closed. No lights, no sounds, no signs of life. I parked near the front and walked up to the door with my keys. The key Thomas mailed me had a piece of duct tape wrapped around it with the word "cabin" written in pen. It fit the lock, and the door opened with a heavy creak. Inside, it smelled like dry wood, dust, and old earth. The floor was creaky, but the structure felt firm. There was a fireplace in the center of the room with a small pile of split logs stacked beside it. The kitchen was minimal, just a sink with a hand pump, an old propane stove, and a small table with 2 chairs. There were a few cabinets with old pans and mismatched plates. A narrow hallway led to a single bedroom and a tiny bathroom with a composting toilet. I brought everything in and got settled. I didn't light a fire the first night. I just heated some canned food, unrolled my sleeping bag on the bed, and stared at the ceiling for a while. It was quiet, like a kind of quiet I hadn't heard in years. No humming fridges, no passing cars, no voices through the wall. Just the occasional snap of a branch outside or the sound of wind moving through the trees. That night, I didn't sleep well. It wasn't fear, not exactly. It was just a feeling, a kind of awareness. I kept waking up, not sure why. I thought I heard something walking outside the cabin once, but I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. By morning, I had already half-written the first chapter of my book. The space was working. The silence helped. I made coffee on the little stove, sat on the front steps with a blanket, and let myself relax. The forest stretched in every direction. No sounds but birds, branches, and wind. I spent that day writing and walking around the clearing. I chopped some wood with the hatchet I'd brought. I filled a few jugs from the nearby stream. I was starting to feel like I'd made the right call. But on the second night, something felt different. I can't explain exactly what changed. The woods felt heavier. The air seemed colder than it had the night before. As I got ready for bed, I double-checked the locks, even though I'd already done it twice. I closed the shutters. I brought the hatchet into the bedroom and set it next to the bed, just in case. Somewhere around 2 a.m., I woke up again. This time, it wasn't random. I knew I'd heard something. It was soft, like footsteps on leaves, slow and deliberate. Not a deer, not a bear, something bipedal. I stayed perfectly still, straining my ears. The sound came again, closer this time. It stopped right near the wall where the bed was. Then nothing. I held my breath for what felt like 5 minutes. Eventually, I got up and peeked through the shutter. I couldn't see anything. Total blackness. I told myself it was an animal. I didn't believe it, but I told myself that. In the morning, I walked around the cabin looking for tracks. The ground was a little damp from a light rain, so footprints would have shown. I didn't find any, not a single mark. I checked again, still nothing. But just as I was about to go back inside, I noticed something strange on the back of the cabin. Scratches. Deep vertical scratches on the wooden boards. Like someone dragged a metal object across the surface in long downward strokes. 4 of them. Parallel. Not random. I didn't want to panic. Maybe it was just old damage I hadn't noticed the day before. But I took pictures of them anyway. That third night, I barely slept at all. Every sound made me jump. Every creak of the cabin made me hold my breath. Around 3 a.m., I heard something again, this time on the porch. The boards groaned under pressure. I sat up in bed, fully awake, heart racing. I didn't move. After about 10 seconds, the sound stopped. Silence. I stayed like that until the sky began to lighten. The next morning, I found something sitting on the porch. A dead rabbit. His throat was cut cleanly, like with a knife. Not ripped or chewed. Just cut. I froze. My first thought was that someone was trying to scare me. But who? There was nobody around. At least there wasn't supposed to be. I cleaned it up and tried to get back to writing, but I couldn't focus. I kept looking out the windows, jumping at shadows. I kept the hatchet by my side at all times. I didn't go outside after dark. I lit a fire early and kept it going. I even dragged a dresser in front of the front door that night, just to make myself feel better. That fourth night, I woke to a noise I'll never forget. A dragging sound along the porch, then a heavy slam against the front door. It was hard enough to shake the frame. I stayed frozen in bed. Then came a second slam, louder this time. Then silence. In the morning, the front door was fine. No damage. But the shutter on the front window was torn clean off and thrown several feet into the clearing. That took strength. Human strength. I decided I was leaving. I didn't care about the writing anymore. I packed up everything by 9 a.m., loaded the truck, and started the long drive back toward the main road. But just before I left the clearing, I noticed something off to the right in the woods. A shape. I stopped the truck and stared. It was a man, standing completely still about 40 yards into the trees. He was wearing a dark jacket and jeans. I couldn't see his face. He didn't move. He just stood there, watching. I didn't wait. I drove. Fast. As fast as I could without skidding off the road. Every second I expected to see him in my mirror, but I never did. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, where I finally had cell signal again. I called a friend, told him where I was, and drove the rest of the way home. The police didn't take me seriously. I showed them the pictures of the scratches and the rabbit. They said maybe an animal got up on the porch, and maybe the scratches were just old damage. They said the man I saw was probably a hunter or some local guy who didn't know I was there. But I know what I saw. I know someone was out there, watching me, stalking me. I think he was waiting for me to stay just one more night. I think he wanted me to be too scared to leave, so he could come inside. I haven't gone back since. I never finished the book. I still have dreams where I'm back in that cabin, hearing something drag its feet across the porch, slamming into the door, waiting for me to open it. I won't ever go back to the woods alone. Not again. I survived because I left just in time. Whatever that man was planning, he didn't get the chance to finish it. But he was close. Too close. I needed to get away. That was the only thing in my head the week everything started. My job had been eating me alive for months. Same people, same stress, same walls. I wasn't sleeping much. My back always hurt. I drank too much coffee and didn't talk to anybody outside of emails. My head felt full of static, like it was buzzing nonstop. So when my cousin mentioned his old hunting cabin was empty and needed someone to check on it, I took the chance. It was in northern Montana, tucked near the Treeline, about a 2-hour drive from the nearest store. He gave me the keys, a quick rundown of how to use the propane heater and wood stove, and told me there was a rifle in the back closet, just in case. Just in case of what? I didn't ask. I just nodded. I was too burnt out to think that far ahead. I drove up on a Tuesday morning in late October. The sun was out, but the wind had that dry bite in it that meant winter was coming. I had a week's worth of groceries in a cooler in the back, a backup power bank for my phone, and a stack of paperbacks I'd been meaning to read for years. The truck made it just fine down the long dirt road that cut through the forest. When I reached the clearing and saw the little square cabin sitting alone, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Quiet, not silence. Silence has a kind of pressure to it. This was different. It was quiet in a way that made your shoulders drop. The only thing I could hear when I got out was the wind moving through dry pine needles, the creak of a tree somewhere nearby. No cars, no sirens, no phones. Just trees, sky, and the faint smell of wood smoke from someone's far-off chimney. The cabin was small. One room with a sleeping loft, an old wood stove in the corner, a rickety table with 2 chairs, and a long bench along the wall under the window. The kitchen was a tiny L-shaped counter, a deep basin sink, a mini fridge, and a gas stovetop that needed matches to light. The outhouse was about 20 feet away behind the trees. No shower, but I was told there was a rain barrel and some soap if I wanted to scrub off. The first 2 days were easy. I cooked simple meals, read a little, took walks into the woods, and just sat there watching the sun go down behind the black ridge in the distance. I slept better than I had in months, even if the bed in the loft was stiff and the nights got cold. The propane heater was touchy, but the wood stove worked well. There were enough split logs stacked behind the cabin to last the week. I made a rule not to use my phone unless I needed it. There was barely a signal anyway. I'd check for any urgent messages at noon and again at night. That's it. The rest of the time I sat, I thought, I watched the trees, or I walked the winding path that led about half a mile down to a stream. But on the 3rd day, something shifted. I noticed it that morning when I woke up. There was no sound. Not quiet, dead silence. No birds, no wind, no rustle of trees. Just stillness. Felt wrong right away, like the air was holding its breath. I walked outside with a mug of coffee and stood on the cabin's little porch, looking around. The trees were still. The clouds above didn't move. I heard nothing, not even the faint buzz of a fly. I stayed like that for almost 10 minutes, holding the coffee close to my mouth, trying to feel normal. By mid-morning, the wind came back. It moved through the trees again, and I saw a squirrel dart across the clearing. I told myself maybe I just woke up during a lull in activity. Maybe that happens in the woods. But the feeling stuck with me. That heavy stillness was like an aftertaste in my brain. It made me feel watched, even if there was nothing around. That afternoon, I went for a longer walk. I followed the path down to the stream, walked alongside it, and took a detour uphill to see where it curved. I didn't take my phone. I had my watch on, and I figured I'd loop back in time for dinner. But after climbing that slope, I ended up wandering farther than I meant to. The woods looked the same in every direction, and the late sun made the trees cast long shadows that started to play tricks on my eyes. I wasn't lost. Not exactly. I knew the stream was down the hill, and the stream led back to the path. But it took longer than I thought to retrace my steps. The forest started to darken earlier than I expected, and by the time I found the path again, my throat was dry and my hands were cold. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. The front door was open, not wide, just a few inches, but I knew I had locked it. I remembered clearly, because I always double-checked the latch before leaving. I'd even paused that morning and pulled the handle twice to be sure. The windows were shut, and there hadn't been wind strong enough to push it open. I stood still for a full minute, heart beating slow and loud, staring at that gap in the door. I couldn't hear anything inside. The curtain in the window was still. I walked forward, very slowly, keeping my ears open for anything. When I got to the door, I nudged it open with the toe of my boot and waited. Nothing moved. I stepped inside. The room was exactly how I left it. The books were stacked on the bench. My coffee mug was in the sink. The firewood pile was untouched. But I kept looking at the floor near the door, near the window, near the table. There was a single pine needle on the floor, right in the center of the rug. That might not seem strange, but I had swept the floor the night before. I remember doing it because a spider had crawled out from under the wood stove and I chased it around with the broom. There hadn't been any pine needles on the rug, and now one was sitting there, long and dry and sharp. I checked the rest of the cabin. Nothing was missing. Nothing seemed touched. The rifle was still in the closet, the food was still in the cooler. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had come inside and then left again. That night, I couldn't sleep. I left the propane heater off, lit a small fire in the stove, and stayed downstairs on the bench under the window. I didn't light any lamps. I sat there in the dark, just the red flicker of firelight dancing across the floor. I listened. The wind came and went. The trees creaked and swayed. But I stayed tense for hours, ears straining for something that didn't belong. At some point, I dozed off sitting up. When I woke, it was still dark, but the fire was almost out. The clock on my watch said it was just after 3 a.m. And then I heard it, a crunch like a footstep somewhere outside the window. Then another, not fast, just slow, deliberate steps in the dry leaves. I held my breath. Another crunch, closer. I moved off the bench silently, crouched behind the stove. I reached over to the closet and opened it just enough to pull out the rifle. My hands were shaking. I hadn't fired a gun in years, but I knew how to load it. I kept it on my knees, watching the window. The steps stopped. I stayed there for what felt like an hour, heart pounding so hard I thought it would echo. But nothing happened. No knock, no voice, no more movement. When the first light started to seep through the trees, I finally moved to the door. I opened it slowly, rifle in hand, and looked around. There were tracks in the dirt. Not boots, not paws, bare feet. Bare human feet, about 15 inches long, with deep toes pressed into the earth. The trail came from the trees, circled the cabin, then led back the way they came. I wanted to leave right then, but I told myself it could be anything. Maybe some hermit lived out there. Maybe someone was camping and got turned around. Maybe they needed help. But why would they circle the cabin in the dark? I stayed one more day. I shouldn't have. That morning, I walked to the edge of the clearing and followed the tracks for a while. They disappeared into a patch of rocks and pine needles. I didn't find a camp or any other sign of life. I came back and double-locked the door. That night, I didn't sleep at all. At some point after midnight, I heard movement again. This time, it wasn't just footsteps. There was breathing, right outside the wall behind my bed. I could hear it, deep, raspy, slow, like someone standing right up against the logs, inhaling and exhaling steadily, with a faint wet click at the end of each breath. I sat there with the rifle in my arms, back pressed against the wall, mouth dry as sand. The breathing lasted 10 minutes, then silence, then footsteps again, fading into the woods. The next morning, I packed everything. I stuffed my clothes into the duffel, threw the cooler in the truck, and didn't even touch the books. I locked the cabin and left without breakfast. But when I turned the ignition, the truck wouldn't start. It made a low whine, then clicked off. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood and looked around. I didn't know much about engines, but one thing stood out right away. The battery cables were gone, cut clean off and removed. Someone had been under the hood. Panic set in then. I looked around the clearing, holding the rifle low but ready. The trees felt closer. I listened for movement, for breathing, but the forest was quiet again. Too quiet. I went back inside the cabin, locked the door, and shoved the table against it. I stayed inside until late afternoon, trying to think. I knew the nearest gas station was about 10 or 11 miles away. It started as a normal trip. I had been working nonstop for months. No breaks, no vacations, just long days and late nights filled with stress. I needed a reset, so I decided to get away from the city for a while. A friend of mine had a cabin deep in the woods of northern Montana, not far from Glacier National Park. He offered to let me stay there for a week. It was completely off-grid, no Wi-Fi, no cell service, no neighbors. Just forest, mountains, and silence. That was exactly what I wanted. I packed light, just some clothes, food, a few books, my sleeping bag, and a basic emergency kit. The cabin already had some supplies, canned goods, a wood-burning stove, firewood, and a generator in case I needed power. I wasn't planning to use the generator unless I really had to. I wanted this to be a quiet, disconnected week. Just me, the trees, and the sound of the wind. I drove up early on a Sunday morning. Took nearly 8 hours to get there. The last hour was the slowest. Gravel road winding up a steep incline, thick forest on both sides, no signs, no signals. Just a narrow dirt trail that could barely fit my SUV. It was a little unnerving, but I'd seen photos of the place, and my friend had drawn out a simple map for me. I trusted him. He'd stayed there a dozen times. When I finally reached the cabin, it was everything I'd hoped for. Small but sturdy, built with thick logs and a stone chimney. A wooden deck wrapped halfway around it, and there was a tiny shed out back for tools. Behind that, trees stretched forever. Pine, spruce, and fir. The place smelled like damp moss and old wood. There was no sound except the breeze and the occasional bird. I unloaded my things and set them inside. The cabin had one room, a small kitchenette on one side, a cast iron stove in the corner, a narrow bed pushed up against the wall, and a table with 2 chairs under the single window that faced east. There was also a trapdoor near the back corner of the room that led down into a storage cellar. I didn't bother opening it at the time. I was tired and just wanted to settle in. That first night was peaceful. I built a fire in the stove, warmed up some canned stew, and read by flashlight until I fell asleep. I didn't hear a single sound all night. No cars, no planes, no animals. Just silence. The next morning, I made coffee with a percolator and sat on the deck to watch the sun rise over the trees. I wrote a bit in a notebook and walked around the property. There wasn't much to see, just woods in every direction. I found an old trail behind the shed that seemed to lead deeper into the forest, but I didn't follow it far. I wasn't in the mood to get lost. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. I cooked simple meals, read, napped, and sat outside watching the clouds roll across the sky. I didn't even notice how alone I was. I welcomed it. No people, no distractions. But by the 3rd night, something felt off. It started with a noise. I was lying in bed, reading by flashlight again, when I heard something outside, a crack, like a branch snapping underfoot. It wasn't windy, and there weren't any animals near the cabin that I'd seen or heard, but it was loud, close, too close to ignore. I turned off the light and listened. Nothing. Then, another crack, slightly further away, still on the side of the cabin near the woods. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe even an elk, but the noise didn't match. It wasn't the cautious step of an animal moving through brush. It sounded like someone walking. One step, pause. Another step, like they were trying not to be noticed. I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I looked for tracks but didn't find anything. The ground was covered in a thick layer of needles and moss. It wouldn't hold a print unless it rained. I tried to shake the feeling off, told myself it was nothing. I made breakfast, wrote in my notebook again, and chopped some wood. But the unease stayed with me. I kept checking the window, kept glancing at the trees. That night, the noise came back, but this time it wasn't just footsteps. It was breathing. I had just gotten into bed and turned off the light when I heard it. A slow, deep exhale, like someone standing right outside the window. Not a bear, not a deer. It was too controlled, too human. I stayed frozen in bed. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I didn't move, didn't turn on the flashlight. I just lay there, eyes wide open, waiting. The breathing lasted maybe 30 seconds. Then it stopped. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning I checked again. Still no footprints, no broken branches, nothing moved or missing. It was like it hadn't happened at all. I felt crazy. I started questioning myself. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe the silence and isolation were messing with my head. Still, I took precautions. I kept my flashlight on me at all times. I brought the axe I'd used to chop wood inside the cabin. I even tested the generator to make sure it still worked in case I needed lights. I thought about leaving, but the drive back would take hours, and I didn't want to admit defeat over what could have been nothing. That evening, I stayed awake late. I didn't turn off the lights. I sat at the table with my axe beside me and listened. For hours, there was nothing, just the creaking of the old cabin and the sound of wind through the trees. Then, Just after midnight, I heard it again. A step, right outside the window. I stood slowly and turned off the lantern. The room went dark. I moved to the window and peeked through the edge of the curtain. I couldn't see anything at first. Then my eyes adjusted. There was a shape, a figure, not an animal, person. They were standing just outside the window, maybe 6 feet away, half hidden behind a tree. I couldn't see their face, just the outline of their head and shoulders. They weren't moving, just standing there, watching. I backed away from the window slowly, picked up the axe. My hands were shaking. The figure didn't move. I stood there, axe gripped tight, barely breathing. After a minute or two, I looked again. They were gone, just like that. I stayed up the rest of the night, jumping at every noise. In the morning, I packed my things. I wasn't staying another night. I loaded everything into the SUV, locked the cabin behind me, and drove off. I didn't look back. I made it about 10 miles down the trail before I realized something was wrong. The gas gauge was low, way lower than it should have been. I'd filled up before the trip and barely driven anywhere since. There was no way I'd burned through that much fuel. But the needle was almost at empty. Then I saw the gas cap light blinking. I stopped the car and got out. The gas cap was gone, just gone, and the tank smelled like it had been siphoned. I felt sick. Someone had done this on purpose. Someone had come to the cabin while I was asleep. While I was inside, they'd walked around my car, drained my gas, left me stranded. There was no signal, of course. I walked back a mile or so to higher ground and tried again. Nothing. I had 2 choices: walk back to the cabin and hope someone came by in the next few days, or start walking down the mountain. I chose the latter. I locked the car and took my backpack. I brought the axe with me too. It was heavy and awkward, but I wasn't going into those woods unarmed. The first few hours of walking were quiet. The trail was overgrown in places, and I had to climb over fallen logs and push through thick brush. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anything. Then I saw it. Another trail. It wasn't part of the map my friend gave me. It was narrow, almost hidden. Just a small path leading off to the right, deeper into the woods. At first, I ignored it. Then I saw the boot print, fresh, right at the start of the trail. I stopped. Kneeling down, I looked closer. It wasn't mine. Too large, and the tread pattern was different, more like a work boot, pointed toward the trail, not away. Whoever it was, they had gone that way. I felt like I was being watched again. I didn't follow the trail. I kept going. But after a while, I started seeing more signs. Another boot print, a broken branch at chest height, a shredded piece of fabric snagged on a twig, faded gray like a shirt sleeve, and then something worse, a tarp. Green, folded, hidden under a pile of leaves about 20 yards off the trail. I don't know why I walked toward it. I should have kept going, but I had to see. Under the tarp was a makeshift campsite. Just a few items: a rusted can opener, some trash, a hunting knife, and a Polaroid photo. The photo showed the cabin, my cabin, taken from a distance, from the woods. I dropped it and stepped back. Then I heard it again. That same breath. Behind me, I ran. I didn't stop. I didn't turn around. I just ran down the mountain for hours. My legs burned, my chest hurt, but I kept going. Eventually, I hit the gravel road, and a ranger found me. I must have looked insane, dirty. I had never rented a cabin before. I wasn't the type to go on long vacations, especially not to the woods, and I usually preferred to stay where I could hear traffic. But that year had been rough. Work stress, family problems, everything felt heavy. I felt like I couldn't breathe unless I got far away from it all. So I took a week off, logged out of everything, and booked a remote cabin in the mountains of Montana. I didn't even tell anyone where I was going. I thought disappearing for a few days would give me peace. That was the mistake. The cabin was simple and looked a little older than the pictures online. It sat alone off a long dirt road, deep in the trees, with no nearby houses or cabins. I had to drive through 2 narrow paths just to get to it. My phone had no service by the time I got there, but I didn't mind. That was the point. I had groceries, bottled water, a portable generator just in case, and plenty of books. The first day, I felt calm. The air smelled like pine. It was quiet, the kind of quiet you feel in your chest. Inside, the cabin had one bedroom, a small living area with an old couch, a fireplace, and a little kitchen that looked like it hadn't been used in a while. There was a shed out back and a basement with a deep freezer. Everything seemed normal, but something felt slightly off. It wasn't anything I could name, just a strange feeling, like I was being watched, but I chalked it up to nerves. I wasn't used to being in the middle of nowhere. I spent that first night reading and sitting by the fire. The wind picked up around midnight, and the trees outside swayed hard enough that I could hear the creaking through the walls. It didn't help that the windows rattled whenever the wind hit just right, but I forced myself to relax. I made some tea, crawled into the bed, and stared at the wooden ceiling for hours before finally falling asleep. The second day, I explored a bit. I walked about a mile down the path behind the cabin. I found a small stream, some animal tracks, and even what looked like an abandoned tree stand up in a fir tree. I didn't climb it, but I noted how old and worn it looked. I got back just before sunset and cooked some pasta. That night, something strange happened. As I was getting ready for bed, I heard a sharp metal sound coming from below the floorboards, right under the kitchen. It was brief, maybe 2 seconds, but loud enough to stop me in my tracks. It sounded like a heavy metal door shutting or locking. I stood still, holding my toothbrush, just listening. Nothing else followed. I laughed it off, figured maybe it was the freezer or the pipes settling. But the sound had been sharp and intentional. I went down to the basement the next morning. It was colder than the rest of the cabin. The stairs creaked badly. There wasn't much down there except for a workbench, some old paint cans, and the freezer tucked into the back corner. It was one of those chest freezers, maybe 6 feet long and waist high. It had a padlock on it. That bothered me more than I expected. I hadn't noticed the padlock the first time I saw it. I tried lifting the lid just to check, but it didn't budge. The lock was real, thick, and looked newer than everything else in the cabin. Why would someone lock a freezer inside a rental cabin? I went back upstairs and tried not to let it bother me, but the image of that padlocked freezer stayed in my mind all day. Every time the floor creaked or the wind blew hard against the cabin, I thought about it. I couldn't help but wonder what was inside it. I told myself it was probably just old food, maybe hunting meat. But then why lock it? That night, I couldn't sleep. Around 1 a.m., I heard the same metal sound again. Only this time it was louder, and I felt the vibration through the floor. It happened once, then again a few seconds later. I sat up in bed, wide awake, heart pounding. I grabbed my flashlight and tiptoed into the kitchen. I pressed my ear to the floor. Nothing. The sound was gone. I stood there for at least 20 minutes before going back to bed. But I didn't sleep. I just stared into the dark, waiting to hear it again. I didn't. The next day, I decided to look around the property a bit more. I figured maybe there was some other explanation, an old pipe system, maybe something in the shed. I went out back and unlocked the shed. It was full of junk. Old tools, a broken chainsaw, a few crates of rusty nails, and a small gas can. Nothing useful. I did find a crowbar, though. I brought it inside and leaned it next to the fireplace. I wasn't thinking of using it on the freezer. Not yet, but I didn't put it back either. Later that day, as I was reading near the window, I noticed something strange. There were faint marks in the dirt just outside the back door. They weren't footprints exactly, but the ground looked like it had been disturbed. I opened the door and stepped outside. The soil was loose, like it had been dug and then refilled. There was no shovel nearby. The marks stretched for maybe 3 or 4 feet alongside the back wall of the cabin. I stared at the ground for a long time, then went back inside without brushing the dirt off my shoes. I kept telling myself there had to be a normal explanation. Maybe an animal, maybe an old septic repair. Maybe someone had buried trash there long ago. But everything about the place was starting to feel wrong. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I left the lights on in the kitchen and stayed on the couch with a blanket. Around 3 a.m., the freezer made the sound again. But this time, it wasn't a bang. It was a steady, dull scraping, like something dragging inside the freezer. The sound lasted maybe 8 seconds. Then silence. I stared at the floor, frozen, for the longest time. I didn't move, didn't blink. I just sat there, breathing as quietly as I could. When I finally stood up, I felt like I was going to faint. I didn't go down to the basement. I waited until morning. By sunrise, I had made up my mind. I was going to open the freezer. I needed to see what was inside. I grabbed the crowbar and went downstairs. The air down there smelled faintly sour, like old plastic or something wet. I stuck the crowbar into the gap between the lid and the side, near the lock, and started pushing. It took a while, and I had to stop twice to wipe the sweat from my hands, but eventually, the lock popped off with a loud metal snap. The lid creaked open. Inside was a tarp, folded several times, covering something large and oddly shaped. I pulled at the tarp, and what I saw underneath made my stomach drop. It was clothing, layers of old, stained clothing. Jackets, jeans, work boots, all bundled together and packed tightly. Underneath those were more layers, blankets, pillowcases, old plastic bags. The deeper I went, the more the smell hit me. A strong, sharp odor of decay. And then I saw it. Something pinkish gray and smooth. It looked like skin. I dropped the tarp and stumbled back, hitting my head on a low wooden beam. I don't remember climbing the stairs. I just remember being outside, bent over, throwing up next to the front steps. I didn't go back in for an hour. When I finally did, I made a plan. I would pack up, get in my car, and drive to the nearest town, even if it took hours. I'd find a police station. I didn't care about the rental or the deposit. I just wanted to get out. But when I opened the front door to grab my keys from the counter, they weren't there. I searched everywhere. Couch cushions, kitchen drawers, under the bed. I even dumped out my backpack. The keys were gone. I ran outside and checked the car. Locked. All windows shut. I hadn't locked it. I never lock my car in remote places. I looked around the clearing, shouting even though I knew there was no one to hear me. The woods were completely still. I spent the next few hours trying to think of how to get out. I could walk, maybe try to find help. But I didn't know the direction. No phone signal. I'd only passed one gas station on the way in, maybe 25 miles back. I had no signal to call for help. No way to contact anyone. The roads were mostly unused logging trails. Could take a whole day on foot, maybe more. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat with the crowbar, facing the door. I didn't light the fireplace. I didn't want anything to give away that I was still inside. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps above the ceiling. The roof. Slow, heavy steps like someone walking from one side to the other. Then silence. No door opened, no windows broke. Just those steps and then nothing. By dawn, I made my choice. I would walk. I stuffed protein bars and 2 bottles of water into my backpack and took the crowbar. I walked until I couldn't see the cabin anymore. I didn't look back. The woods felt tighter than before. Every snap of a twig behind me made my blood turn cold. I kept walking. Sometime around noon, I reached a road. It wasn't paved, but it was wider than the trail. I followed it for miles. Finally, near sunset, I saw a mailbox, then a house. I banged on the door until a man opened it. I told him everything. He gave me water and called the sheriff. 2 hours later, a deputy showed up. I went with them back to the cabin in a patrol truck. When we got there, the lock was back on the freezer. I told them I had broken it. I told them I had seen what was inside. But when they opened it, it was... The previous year had drained me in every way. Work had gone downhill. A car accident had left me with a fractured arm, and I had been feeling the kind of constant, quiet stress that doesn't scream, just hums at the back of your head every day. I needed a break from screens, noise, people, and city lights. I needed space to breathe. So when I found a listing for a small off-grid cabin tucked deep into the northern woods, I booked it without overthinking. The listing described it as perfect for writers, artists, or anyone needing peace. That sounded like me. It had no internet, no TV, no cell signal, just a radio, a propane stove, and a wood-burning fireplace. There was a stream nearby, trails in the woods, and a small clearing with a fire pit. It was basic, rustic, and quiet. That was all I needed. I arrived in mid-October, just as the trees had turned red and yellow. The air had that dry, crisp scent of decaying leaves and cold wind. The cabin was about 2.5 hours from the nearest town, and the last 40 minutes were on a narrow, gravel road full of potholes. I didn't pass a single other car once I got off the main highway. When I pulled up, the place looked exactly like the pictures. Small, wooden, dark brown siding, one window in the front, an old chimney leaning slightly, and a short path leading to a rickety porch. A chopped wood pile stood off to the side under a tarp. It was about as far from modern life as you could get in a rented property. Inside, it smelled like wood and dust. The floor creaked when I walked, and the only furniture was a twin bed with a thin mattress, a table with 2 chairs, a shelf with some books, and a tiny kitchen counter with an old gas stove. There was also a hand pump for water and a lantern hung from a ceiling beam. I found a bucket for washing and an outhouse a little way out behind the trees. No running water, no bathroom, just how they used to live. There was something good about that. Honest, simple. The first day was uneventful. I unloaded my stuff, unpacked food, lit a fire in the old iron stove, and sat by the window for a long time just watching the woods. Leaves floated down like lazy flakes of fire. I didn't check my phone once. I read half a book before bed, cooked some soup on the propane burner, and fell asleep listening to the sound of wind and distant branches cracking in the woods. No traffic, no voices, just wind and silence. The second day I hiked a bit. There was a narrow trail that curved past the clearing and into thicker woods. I followed it for about half an hour, then doubled back. The whole time, I didn't see or hear anyone. Just birds, the occasional squirrel darting off, and the endless quiet of untouched trees. That night, I made a small fire in the pit out front. The stars were clearer than I'd ever seen. Without city lights, the sky was sharp and endless. I sat out there for a while with a jacket on, sipping from a thermos and staring into the flames. Felt like what I'd come for. Felt like I was finally breathing again. But around the third day, things started feeling different. It was small things at first. I'd wake up and notice the chair was slightly moved, or that the curtain had shifted, or that the door wasn't completely latched like I was sure I'd left it. At first, I thought I was just forgetting. I mean, the brain relaxes too much out here, right? Maybe I had just been careless. But then I noticed the footprints. It had rained lightly overnight, and the next morning when I stepped outside, I saw faint marks in the dirt path leading up to the porch. They weren't my boot prints, they were lighter, narrower. Someone else had walked up to the porch sometime after the rain. There were no tire marks on the gravel road, no other vehicles. I stood there staring at the dirt for a long time, trying to find a logical reason. Maybe an animal? But they were shaped like shoes. Human. I told myself it was probably an old mark I didn't see before. Maybe I stepped weird and forgot. That night, I locked the cabin door and wedged a small wood stump behind it, just to feel a bit safer. I didn't sleep well. Every sound outside made me pause. A crack of a branch, wind brushing the side of the house. Once, I swore I heard something brush against the window, but when I looked, there was nothing there. No movement, just darkness and the faint shape of the woods in moonlight. The next morning, I walked around the cabin carefully. I didn't see more footprints, but I did notice something that chilled me deeper than I'd ever felt. There were scratches on the outside of the window frame. Thin ones, like someone had taken a blade or a nail and slowly dragged it along the wood. Not wild animal claw marks. Straight, deliberate. And next to them, on the sill, a single coin rested. A penny. It was polished and clean, shiny like it had just come from a pocket. I hadn't left that there. I picked it up, turned it over, then threw it into the woods. Something about it felt wrong. Like it was a message, or a test. From that moment, I felt watched. I stopped leaving the cabin after dark. I kept the fire going constantly. I didn't hike anymore. I checked the door 3-4 times a night to make sure it was locked. But even inside, I never felt fully safe. I started noticing more things out of place. A book on the shelf moved slightly. my bag half unzipped, a boot turned the wrong way. Once, I found the lantern had been taken down and set gently on the floor while I slept. Someone had been in the cabin while I was sleeping. That terrified me more than anything I'd ever felt. The idea that a person, not a monster, not a ghost, but a real person, had come into that tiny wooden room while I slept, while I breathed under a thin blanket, while I was defenseless. There's no fear more real than that. I started keeping a hammer beside my bed. I slept with the light on. I didn't cook anymore. I didn't use the fire pit. I wanted to leave, but the road was muddy from days of on and off rain, and my car had slid around just getting there. I told myself I'd wait one more day, let things dry out. But deep down, I knew I should have just taken the risk and driven out. Something in those woods was wrong. Someone was out there, and they weren't just camping or passing by. They were watching the cabin, watching me. That night, it got worse. I woke up around 2 a.m., heart pounding. No reason. Just that sharp, pure fear that comes before your mind can even explain why. The air felt colder, too cold. I sat up slowly and reached for the hammer. The room was quiet. I held my breath. Then I heard it, a creak. Not inside, but just outside the cabin wall, like a footstep on old wood. The porch, then another. I stood frozen, holding the hammer, trying not to make a sound. I moved toward the window slowly, crouched under it, and waited. I didn't dare peek. Then a loud thud hit the wall beside the window. Not hard, not an attack. Just deliberate, like a knock. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I stayed there for almost 10 minutes. No more sounds. No movement. When morning came, I stepped out slowly, hammer in hand. The air was dead quiet. No birds. No squirrels. Just the wind. I walked to the side of the cabin where the sound had come from. There, nailed into the wall with a thin, rusty nail, was the same penny I had thrown away, hammered neatly into the wood. That broke me. I packed everything in 20 minutes. I didn't care if the road was muddy. I threw my bag into the car, started the engine, and peeled out down the gravel path. The car fishtailed. Mud sprayed the windows, but I kept going. I didn't stop until I was on the main road. 20 miles later, heart pounding, windows rolled up, doors locked. I didn't even go back to the rental office to check out. I didn't care if they charged me extra. I drove straight home, hundreds of miles away, and never looked back. Later, when I finally felt safe again, I called the owner from a friend's phone and told him something felt wrong out there. He brushed it off, said nobody else had ever complained, said maybe it was wildlife, or my imagination. He didn't seem surprised. That was the worst part, like he had heard it before. I didn't argue. I just hung up. It's been months now. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't rent cabins. I don't even camp in my backyard. I keep the windows locked every night and check my doors twice. Sometimes I dream about the coin. I see it resting on my pillow or sitting on the kitchen counter. Once I dreamed I found one in my shoe. And even now, when I walk through a quiet parking lot or a trail behind the park, sometimes I feel that same chill. That same feeling I felt in the cabin, like someone is watching. But every time I turn around, there's nothing there. Just silence, just wind. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know someone was out there. Not a ghost, not a monster, just a person. And I think they liked knowing I was afraid. It started with a cheap listing on a property website that I wasn't even seriously browsing. I was just scrolling out of boredom one night, looking through odd listings. That's when I saw a small wooden cabin deep in the forest near the edge of a lake in northern Minnesota. The photos were few, only 4 in total, but it looked quiet, peaceful, surrounded by tall trees, and not too far from a dirt road. It was only a couple hours' drive from Duluth. The listing said it was sold as is, no inspections, no warranties, just $19,500 for the whole thing. I didn't think it would actually go through. I clicked on it, filled in some details. Next thing I knew, I got a call from someone with a rough voice confirming the sale and telling me I'd received the deed and the keys in the mail. I paid through some wire method that felt a little sketchy, but I didn't care. I wanted a break from everything. No neighbors, no sounds of traffic, just silence. 3 weeks later, I had the deed, a single brass key, and one line on a piece of paper. Cabin off 4-mile trail, past mile marker 12, dirt path to the left. So I packed my truck with some supplies, a tent just in case, a cooler of food, and a small generator. I didn't know how bad the place might be, so I wanted to be ready. It was early September, warm days, but the nights were getting cold. Perfect time to go before the snow came. I left around noon on a Thursday. The first 2 hours were smooth highway driving. The next hour was slower, through narrower roads lined with pine trees and small lakes. Cell service dropped to 1 bar, then none. I passed mile marker 12 around 3:15 p.m. and saw the dirt path just like the paper said. It wasn't marked, just a narrow cut into the woods. I drove in slowly. Branches scraped the sides of the truck. After about a quarter mile, I saw the cabin. It was exactly like the photo. 1 level, dark wood, small stone chimney, a single porch with a broken rocking chair. The roof sagged in the middle like it had taken a few winters too many without repair. Still, it was standing. I parked in front, got out, and walked up to the front door. The lock turned easily, but the door was swollen in the frame. I had to shove it open with my shoulder. Inside was stale air, old wood, and something else, a faint sharp smell like mildew or maybe rodent droppings. The place had clearly been closed up a long time. Dust on everything, dead flies on the windowsills, cobwebs in the corners, but the structure was solid. 1 main room, a wood stove, a kitchen corner with old cabinets, and a door that led to a small bedroom and bathroom. The mattress in the bedroom had yellow stains. I didn't touch it. Instead, I cleared a spot in the main room and set up my cot and sleeping bag. I opened a few windows to let the air through, then walked the area around the cabin. Out back was the lake, bigger than it looked on the map. Trees grew right up to the edge of the water. There was a small dock, mostly rotted and sinking at the far end. A narrow trail ran behind the cabin into thicker woods. It didn't seem used in years. I didn't follow it. That first night, I lit a small fire in the stove using the dry wood stacked against the wall. The metal pipe rattled but held. I boiled water on it for instant noodles. No electricity yet. I hadn't set up the generator, so I used a flashlight and some candles I brought. Around 9 p.m., it was pitch black outside. No street lights, no neighbors, just trees and wind and water. It was what I wanted, quiet, but I hadn't expected how thick that quiet would feel. No far-off traffic, no planes overhead, just wind brushing the trees and sometimes the creak of the old wood around me. I heard something scurry across the roof, maybe a squirrel or raccoon. I tried to sleep but kept waking up every hour to new sounds. Sticks snapping, a light knock on the wall, maybe something shifting inside, a thump under the cabin. Could have been anything. Still, I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I walked down to the lake and washed up with cold water. I tried to get a radio signal, nothing. No cell service either. I turned on the generator for a bit to charge my phone and small lantern. I made coffee, sat on the front porch and tried to relax. But I noticed something strange. There were shoe prints in the dirt near the side of the cabin. Not mine. I had been wearing hiking boots. These were different, lighter, like tennis shoes. I thought maybe they were old. Maybe someone had come through recently before I bought it. But they looked fresh. No rain, so they hadn't been washed out. The pattern was clear. I walked around the cabin again. On the back side, under a small window, I found a crumpled beer can and the end of a cigarette. Not recent, no smell, faded branding, but definitely not from me. I didn't smoke and I hadn't brought beer. The weird part was how hidden it was. Like someone had stood tucked against the wall, not lounging. That second night, I slept worse. I heard a soft tap once, like something hit the glass on the kitchen window. Then I lay there for hours, eyes open, breathing slow. No more sounds, but I couldn't fall asleep. I kept imagining someone walking around outside, just out of sight. I finally dozed off after 3 a.m. On the third day, I decided to explore the woods behind the cabin. That trail, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I followed it with a flashlight even though it was still daylight. The trees were thick, and after about 50 yards, I came across something strange. There was an old tarp, sun-faded and half-buried in pine needles. Under it were cracked plastic bins. Inside were cans of food, a stained blanket, and a water jug. Someone had stashed supplies here. No dates on the cans, but they looked at least a few years old. Who left them? A hunter? A squatter? I left them alone. Further down the trail, I found a rusted folding chair pointed at the lake, through a small clearing. There were cigarette butts on the ground. Someone had spent time here watching the cabin. That night, I didn't sleep in the cabin. I camped in my truck. I felt safer locked in steel than in those creaky wooden walls. At one point, I saw a flicker of light out by the trail. Maybe a flashlight? It was fast like a blink. I turned off all my lights and waited, listening. Nothing else. No footsteps. No voices. Just the endless rustling of wind through trees. I didn't sleep again. By the fourth morning, I was done. I packed everything. I didn't even eat. I threw my gear into the truck, locked the door behind me, and turned around to drive out. But halfway down the dirt path, I saw tire tracks that hadn't been there when I drove in. They curved into the woods on the right, where no trail had been before. They were fresh, still damp. I stopped the truck, heart pounding, and got out. I followed them by foot a short way. About 20 yards in, they ended at a small clearing, just churned up grass and a dark, flattened patch where something heavy had sat. I didn't see any people, but the feeling was there, like I had just missed someone. I didn't go back to the cabin. I didn't wait to see who it might have been. I drove until I hit the highway, then kept going. I didn't stop until I was back in the city. Later, I looked up the property history. Took time to dig, local records weren't digitized. I finally found a small article from 2002. A man had gone missing in those woods. His truck was found abandoned off the same trail. They searched for days. Nothing turned up. No body. No sign. The article said he'd been renting a cabin in the area. That cabin. I didn't go back. I sold the deed online at a loss. I didn't care. The woods are deep out there. The cabin's still standing. But I know someone else was using it before me, maybe even watching it still. I think if I'd stayed one more night, I might have met them. Or maybe they were waiting for me to leave, planning to come back in. I got lucky. That's the most I can say. Not everything out there is evil, but not everything wants to be found either. And if you ever see a listing that seems too good to be true, way out in the woods, no neighbors, no oversight, don't buy it. There's usually a reason it's so cheap. It started on a Thursday morning in late October. I had taken a few days off work because I needed a break from everything. Emails, meetings, people, even the sound of traffic. I rented this small wooden cabin in the woods of northern Montana, about 3 hours from the nearest small town. The listing said it had no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, and no neighbors for miles. That was exactly what I wanted. The drive to the cabin was long and mostly silent. The roads were narrow and winding, and I saw maybe 1 or 2 other cars in that last hour. Most of the trees had already lost their leaves, but the ones that still had them were dry and brown. The air smelled like pine, dirt, and the cold. It was colder than I expected. I didn't bring enough warm clothes. The sun was already low when I arrived. The cabin itself looked smaller in person. It was made of old wood, dark and stained from weather. There were 2 steps up to a tiny porch and 1 door. No railing, a single window on the front and 1 more on each side. No other buildings around. No fences, just trees. Inside, it was 1 room with a bed in the corner, a wood stove, a small table with 2 chairs, and a counter with a propane burner and a sink. There was no fridge, but I brought a cooler filled with ice and enough food to last 4 or 5 days. In the corner by the door was a broom, and near the back was a door to a small bathroom. The water only worked from a pump tank outside. No shower, just a sink and toilet that used stored water. It was quiet, too quiet. That kind of silence where your own heartbeat starts to sound loud. I spent that first night unpacking, organizing my things, and lighting a small fire in the stove to warm the place up. I read a book for a while, then went to bed early. I didn't sleep great. The wind kept making the trees creak, and every now and then, I heard something fall on the roof. I figured it was just branches or pine cones. Still, I didn't really fall asleep until after midnight. The next day, I went for a long walk. I followed a small path into the woods that looped around a frozen creek and through some old growth. I had a printed map of the area, not very detailed, but good enough to keep me from getting lost. I didn't see another soul all day. That was the part one liked at first. Just walking in the cold, hearing nothing but birds and wind and the crunch of dead leaves under my boots. When I got back to the cabin that afternoon, I noticed something strange. The broom that was by the door was now leaning on the porch railing. I didn't remember moving it. I stood there staring at it for a long moment, thinking maybe I had taken it out and just forgot, but I was sure I hadn't used it. The porch was already clean when I arrived. It didn't make sense. I picked it up and brought it back inside. The door was locked just like I had left it. Everything else seemed fine. Nothing missing. Nothing out of place. I told myself I was just being forgetful. That night, I made soup and read for a while again. The wind had picked up even more. The trees outside groaned in the gusts, and now and then the whole cabin creaked like it was settling. I lay in bed under a thick blanket, staring at the dark ceiling. There was no sound except the fire popping in the stove and the occasional knock of a branch on the roof. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. I woke up around 2 or 3 in the morning. I didn't know what woke me at first. It was dark. The fire had gone out, and the air felt colder. My breath made a little cloud. I was about to pull the blanket up tighter when I heard something outside. It was slow footsteps, crunching leaves. Heavy, deliberate. Not an animal. Animals make quick movements. These were slow, careful, like someone trying not to be heard. My heart started racing. I didn't move. I just lay there and listened. The footsteps circled the cabin. I heard them on the left side first, then toward the back, then to the right. They were close, right up against the walls. Then they stopped. I held my breath and stared toward the window next to my bed. The curtains were thin. I thought about getting up and turning off the lantern on the table, but I didn't want to move. I didn't want whoever it was to know I was awake. Then I saw the shadow. It moved slowly past the window. A tall shape, no light source out there, but enough moonlight to catch movement. Paused right outside the window. I stared at it without blinking. My skin was cold. The figure didn't move for maybe 30 seconds. Then it walked off toward the front of the cabin. I heard the porch creak. Then nothing. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I didn't even get up. I stayed frozen under the blanket until daylight started to come in through the window. When I finally stood, my legs were stiff and shaky. I checked the porch. No one was there. The woods looked empty, but on the porch railing, the broom was leaning again, just like the day before. This time, I knew I hadn't touched it. I checked the door. Still locked. I looked around the cabin. Nothing taken, nothing broken. But someone had been out there. Someone walked around the cabin, watched me, and left without making a sound afterward. I decided to leave that day. I packed up most of my stuff quickly, but when I turned the key in the ignition of my truck, nothing happened. The engine didn't even try, just silence. I checked the lights, dead. The battery was completely gone. I opened the hood and stared at the engine like I knew what I was doing. All I saw was that the cables were still connected, but the battery looked different, almost like it had been switched or drained. I couldn't call for help. No signal out there. The only way to get help would be to walk back to the main road, which was about 10 or 12 miles away. But I wasn't even sure which direction was fastest. The printed map didn't show much detail about the back roads. I thought about trying anyway, but it was already mid-afternoon. If I didn't make it to the road by dark, I'd be stuck in the woods overnight. I wasn't ready for that. I stayed one more night. This time, I put the broom inside and locked the door. I stacked a chair under the doorknob and dragged the table in front of the window. I didn't light the fire. I didn't turn on the lantern. I sat in the dark, wrapped in my jacket and blanket, just listening. Around 1 a.m., the footsteps came back. I heard them come from the woods behind the cabin. Same slow crunching, same heavy steps. I stayed sitting on the floor in the corner, barely breathing. I held a kitchen knife in one hand. It was the only thing I had. The footsteps circled again, just like before. Left side, back, right side, then front porch. This time, the doorknob rattled. It wasn't loud, just a quiet, testing shake. Then a pause, then another small rattle, then silence. I held my breath for what felt like 10 minutes. Then I heard the footsteps again, moving away, fading into the woods. I didn't sleep. I kept my eyes on the door until morning. When the sun came up, I opened the door slowly. The broom was back on the railing again. That was it for me. I packed everything I could into my backpack and left the rest. I brought a flashlight, my knife, and one bottle of water. I picked the direction I thought led to the main road and started walking. It was colder that day. The clouds were thick. After a few hours, it started snowing lightly. I kept walking. My boots were starting to rub the skin off my heels. I drank the water slowly. I stopped every few minutes to listen. I didn't see anyone all day. No signs of other people. But once, maybe 2 hours before sunset, I saw something that froze me in place. In the middle of the trees, far off the path, was a tarp tied between two trees. Under it, a camping chair and a small fire pit made from stones. I didn't go closer. I didn't want to know who had been staying there. I kept moving. Just before nightfall, I finally saw a power line. I followed it, and eventually it led to a dirt road. That dirt road led to a wider one, and after another hour of walking in the dark, I saw headlights. A rancher in an old pickup stopped for me. He looked surprised, maybe even a little suspicious, but gave me a ride into town. I didn't say much. I told him my truck broke down and I had gotten lost. He nodded slowly like he didn't believe me but didn't ask more. Back in town, I bought a cheap motel room and locked the door with the chair under the knob again. I called a tow service and gave them directions to the cabin. They said it would take a day or two to get out there. I told them to keep whatever they found in the truck. I never went back. I didn't report anything. I didn't tell anyone. What could I say? That someone kept moving a broom and walking around my cabin at night? But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know I didn't imagine it. The cabin is still listed online. I checked a few weeks later. Same photos. Same promise of peace and quiet. I even read some of the new reviews. Most people said it was beautiful and peaceful. But one review stood out. Said, * loved the isolation. But strange things happened at night. Thought I heard someone outside. Probably just animals. But still, * that was the last review. I haven't gone back into the woods since. Even when I'm in the I had been working from home for about 7 months straight, and I felt like I was starting to lose track of time. My days bled together. I'd wake up, make coffee, sit in front of my laptop for hours, barely move, eat whatever was left in the fridge, and then stay up way too late watching pointless videos online. It wasn't even that I was unhappy. I just felt numb, like I was just floating through the weeks. I didn't even know what day it was half the time. I decided to take a break. A long one. I told my manager I needed a couple of weeks off. No screens, no phone, just isolation and peace. I started looking for places to go. I didn't want to stay at a resort or a busy campground. I wanted to be alone. After searching online, I found a small rental cabin deep in the woods of northern Michigan. It was cheap and quiet, and the pictures made it look exactly like what I needed. Just a small wooden cabin surrounded by trees, next to a lake, with no neighbors nearby. There was no internet and barely any cell service. That was perfect. I booked it for 10 days. I packed some clothes, my boots, groceries, and a few paperbacks I never had time to read. I also brought a battery-powered radio, a flashlight, some tools, and a first aid kit. I wasn't totally inexperienced with the outdoors. I had done a few solo camping trips before, and I was pretty comfortable being alone in nature. The drive up there took longer than I expected, about 8 hours with stops. As I got closer, the roads turned narrow and bumpy. No lights, no signs, just woods on both sides. My GPS stopped working about 10 miles before I reached the cabin. Thankfully, the owner had emailed me some printed directions with landmarks. I followed them carefully and eventually saw the old wooden mailbox marked 137. The gravel driveway was long and uneven, covered with leaves and branches. It led up to a clearing where the cabin stood, quiet and still, surrounded by thick pine trees. There was a small shed to the side and a fire pit out front. The lake was about 100 yards downhill from the front porch. I stepped out of the car and just stood there for a moment, breathing in the cold, fresh air. It was already mid-October, and the sky was overcast. The wind made the branches creak. Everything felt still, too still. But I told myself that was just the silence I wasn't used to anymore. Inside, the cabin was basic but cozy. A single main room with a couch, a small table, a wood stove, and a kitchenette. The bedroom had a twin bed and a tiny window facing the woods. The bathroom had running water and a small shower. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi, and only one bar of cell service if I stood in the corner of the kitchen. That was all I needed. I unpacked and lit the wood stove to get some warmth going. That first evening, I made a simple dinner, sat on the porch for a bit, then read until it got too dark to see. I used my flashlight to walk around the cabin, double-checking that the doors and windows were locked. I wasn't scared, just cautious. It's something I always did, especially in unfamiliar places. I slept better than I had in weeks. The next few days were uneventful. I hiked along the lake, gathered some firewood, read for hours, and cooked simple meals. The air was crisp, the trees were full of color, and the sky stayed gray. I started to feel calmer. My mind wasn't racing all the time. I even stopped checking my phone. It stayed powered off in my bag. By day 5, I felt completely alone. Not lonely, just isolated. Like the world didn't even know I existed. It was peaceful. Then things started to feel off. It was small at first, little things. On the morning of day 6, I noticed that the shed door was slightly open. I remembered closing it after I took the hatchet out. I was sure I had shut it all the way. I didn't think much of it. Maybe the wind had blown it open. That night, around midnight, I heard something outside, a soft crunching of leaves. I was in bed, half asleep. I sat up and listened. The sound stopped. I figured it was probably a deer or a raccoon. I tried not to let my mind wander. I forced myself back to sleep. The next morning, I found something strange. There were boot prints on the porch. Fresh ones. The kind that leave deep patterns in the damp wood. I stared at them for a long time. I hadn't been on the porch since the evening before. And these weren't my boots. They were wider with a different tread. Someone had stood there, right outside the door, maybe even looking in. I felt something in my chest tighten. I walked the perimeter of the cabin. Nothing else looked disturbed. I checked the shed. Everything was where I left it. The forest around me looked the same. Still, silent. I went back inside and locked the door behind me. I tried to convince myself that maybe a hunter had passed by, or a lost hiker, but there were no other cabins nearby. The closest town was over 20 minutes away. Who would walk all the way out here? That evening, I kept the lights off. I sat near the window with my flashlight off, just watching the treeline. I waited for something. I don't know what I expected, but nothing moved, just wind and shadows. I eventually went to bed, but I didn't sleep much. On day 7, I walked farther down the trail near the lake. I thought maybe I could see if there were any signs of someone else nearby. I scanned for footprints, broken branches, anything. I didn't see much until I reached a spot where the trail curved. There was a small clearing with mossy stones and thick underbrush, and hanging from a tree branch was a piece of yellow fabric. It looked like a part of a raincoat, torn and dirty. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't touch it. I looked around but saw no one. No tents, no bikes, no gear, just that fabric swaying gently in the wind. I walked back fast, too fast. My nerves were starting to creep in. I felt watched. Every bird call, every twig snap made my skin crawl. That night, I didn't sleep at all. At around 2 a.m., I heard it again. Movement outside. Slow footsteps, leaves crunching, then the sound of something brushing against the side of the cabin. Not an animal, not a branch, something heavier. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, not moving. I didn't dare turn on the light. I just listened. It moved along the wall, then silence, then 3 slow knocks on the front door. I froze. Not loud knocks, just soft, deliberate knocks. 3 of them, then nothing. I waited, barely breathing. I didn't move until the sun came up. When I finally stepped outside, the boot prints were there again. This time they were wet, as if whoever it was had been standing in the lake or soaked from the rain. The ground around the cabin was muddy, and the prints led back into the woods. I didn't follow them. I didn't want to know. I decided I was going to leave that day. I had planned to stay 3 more nights, but I had no desire to stay anymore. I packed quickly, threw everything into the car, and got ready to go. But when I turned the key, the engine wouldn't start. I tried again. Nothing. Just clicks. The battery was dead. I checked under the hood, but I didn't see anything wrong. I'm not a mechanic, but I know enough to check the terminals. They looked fine, but something felt off. I walked around to the back of the car. The gas cap was open, and sitting on the bumper was a small, flat stone, just sitting there, like someone had placed it carefully. I backed away from the car, slowly. I locked myself back inside the cabin. The rest of that day, I didn't move much. I kept the fire going and stayed near the window. I tried my phone again, no signal. Not even the weak bar I had before. The sky was dark, and the wind was strong. It rained hard, the kind of rain that drowns out every other sound. That night, the knocking came again. But it wasn't just the front door. It was the back too. Then the window. 1 knock each, spaced apart. Always 3 knocks. Soft, slow, like someone was just reminding me they were there. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the corner with the hatchet in my hand. Flashlight off, fire out. Every shadow looked like it was moving. When the rain stopped at dawn, I gathered my things again. I wasn't going to wait anymore. I grabbed my pack, took the flashlight and the hatchet, and left on foot. I followed the gravel road. My plan was to walk the 10 or so miles back to the main road and try to hitch a ride or find someone with a phone. I didn't get far. About half a mile down, just past the bend, I saw it. A yellow raincoat hanging from a tree branch. Clean, dry, facing the road. Just hanging there, arms limp, hood up. Below it, in the mud, were boot prints. Big ones, facing toward me. I turned and ran, back to the cabin. I stayed locked inside for 2 more nights. I rationed my food. I kept the lights off. The knocking never stopped. Always soft, always in 3s, always moving from one wall to another. I didn't look outside. I had taken trips into the woods before, plenty of them. Since I was in my 20s, I always found comfort in the silence of nature, a kind of stillness that city life just doesn't offer. By the time I turned 37, I had started renting out remote cabins a few times a year, usually in spring or early autumn, before the bugs or snow made things miserable. This time, I booked a place up in the northern region of Minnesota, somewhere near the border where the paved roads ended and gravel ones stretched for miles. It was a single-room log cabin, maybe 40 years old, tucked back in the woods and owned by a man who only gave me directions through a scanned hand-drawn map. That should have been my first red flag, but I liked things off the grid. I wanted something simple. No cell service, no noise, just trees and wind and my own breathing. I arrived in the late afternoon, sun still up but fading behind the tree line. Took me a while to even find the cabin. There were no signs, no markers, just that wrinkled old map and my eyes. When I finally spotted the roof peeking out behind a dense patch of pine trees, I felt a quick wave of satisfaction. It looked exactly how I hoped. Old, weathered, a little ugly. It had a short front porch, 1 window on each side, and a small trail leading down to what the map called Deer Creek, though I never saw a creek on the drive-in. The key was under a loose board beside the door. Inside was nothing but a twin-sized cot with an old wool blanket, a wood stove, a few rusted pans, and a single bulb powered by what I assumed was a car battery or solar panel. No plumbing, no fridge. The toilet was an outhouse maybe 20 yards out behind the cabin. That was fine. I brought my own water, a cooler full of food, a flashlight, a hatchet, and a .22 rifle for squirrels or small game if I felt like hunting. The first night was uneventful. I cooked a can of beans over the little stove, sat on the porch in a camp chair, and listened to the forest. I didn't hear much of anything except the wind and the occasional chirp from some night bird. I slept hard that night. The cot creaked, but I didn't care. I hadn't realized how tired I was from the 6-hour drive until I passed out. It was around the second night that things started to feel off. It wasn't a big thing, not at first. I had gone for a walk that afternoon, just circling the area and trying to find that so-called Deer Creek. After about 20 minutes of walking, I stumbled into a small clearing, not much wider than a driveway. It looked like someone had camped there not long ago. The ground was packed down in a circle, and there were blackened rocks in the middle, the remains of a fire pit. But what caught my eye was the trash. Empty tuna cans, a pair of torn socks, a half-burned glove. It looked like someone had been living rough there, but not recently. Maybe a week ago, tops. I didn't think much of it. People camp illegally all the time. I went back to the cabin, made some food, and sat outside like the night before. That's when I first felt it. That strange sensation that someone was watching me. It's hard to explain. You sit there, trying to enjoy the quiet, and all of a sudden you feel like there's a pair of eyes locked on your back. I kept looking toward the trees, but I didn't see anything. No movement, no animals. The woods were too thick to see more than 10 or 15 feet past the edge of the clearing. I told myself I was just spooked from the fire pit. Maybe the idea of someone else being out there got in my head. I took a swig from a metal flask I'd brought, trying to shake it. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I kept hearing noises, soft ones, like footsteps but way out in the woods. I'd hear a few crunches, then silence. I told myself it was deer, maybe a raccoon, but I had a bad feeling in my chest, and I had to get up twice to check that the door was still locked. The next morning, I walked back to that clearing, this time with my rifle. I wasn't planning to shoot anything. I just felt better having it. The fire pit was the same, but something else caught my eye. A torn piece of paper jammed under a rock. I pulled it out and saw it was a page from some kind of journal or notepad. The top was ripped off, and most of the writing was smudged from rain or dirt. I could only make out a few sentences. He comes closer at night, stays just out of sight. I don't think he knows I saw him. That was enough to freeze me in place. I stood there for a long time reading that ruined scrap again and again. My stomach was tight, and the silence around me felt heavy, like it was waiting. I didn't know what to do, so I went back to the cabin. I kept the page in my jacket pocket. That night, I kept the rifle beside me. I didn't sit on the porch. I stayed inside and ate cold jerky, barely tasting it. I kept checking the window over and over again. Just the trees, nothing else. When I finally lay down, I didn't sleep more than an hour. Sometime around 3 a.m., I heard it. It wasn't footsteps this time. It was breathing. Slow, heavy breathing just outside the wall of the cabin. Maybe 3 feet from the window. I froze. Every part of me locked up. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. I waited. The breathing went on for maybe 30 seconds. Then nothing. No footsteps, no running, just silence. I didn't move until the sun came up. When I finally got the courage to look outside, there were footprints in the dirt. Big ones, bigger than mine. Bare feet, just outside the window. I was done. I started packing up my things, planning to leave early. But the thought of walking back to my car, maybe 2 miles down the trail, was terrifying. What if he was still out there? What if he was waiting for me to leave the safety of the cabin? I stayed one more night, not by choice but out of fear. I kept the fire low, made no sound, and left the lights off. I sat with my back to the wall, rifle in my lap, flashlight under my chin. Just after midnight, I saw something. He was standing at the edge of the tree line. I could barely make him out, but the moon was bright enough to see the shape. Tall, thin, unmoving. Just standing there. I didn't move. I barely breathed. After 10 minutes, he was gone. No sound, no motion, just gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. First light, I ran. I didn't pack anything. I left my cooler, my bag, even my wallet. I just grabbed my rifle and bolted down the trail toward my car. I kept looking over my shoulder the whole time. I didn't see him, but I felt him, like he was just behind a tree, watching, smiling. When I reached my car, the rear window was broken. Everything inside had been tossed around. My glove box was open. The only thing missing was the spare key I kept in the center console. I always carry the real key in my pocket, so I was able to drive, but I never figured out how he knew to check there. That means at some point, before I even knew he was out there, he had been inside my car, maybe even watched me arrive. I drove nonstop for 5 hours before I stopped at a gas station and used their bathroom. I looked at myself in the mirror, pale, wide-eyed, soaked in sweat. I barely recognized myself. When I got home, I called the county sheriff's office. I didn't give my name. I just told them there was a man living out in the woods near Deer Creek, watching people, stalking cabins, possibly armed. They didn't sound surprised. One officer said they'd look into it, but I could hear it in his voice. He wasn't going out there. That was 5 months ago. I still think about it every night. I can't sleep in silence anymore. I keep a fan running or the radio on low. I lock every door, every window, even when I'm inside during the day. A week after I came back, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a small piece of paper, torn from a notebook. In shaky handwriting, it said, "I saw you too." There was nothing else in the envelope. No fingerprints, no clues. I moved apartments after that. I changed my car. I even shaved my beard, hoping that if he ever saw me again, he wouldn't recognize me. But deep down, I know this isn't over. Not for him, and definitely not for me. I don't usually take time off from work, and when I do, I tend to stay home, clean up, maybe fix a few things around the house and sleep a lot. But that year had been rough. I'd just gotten out of a long relationship, and I needed some space from everything. City noise, people, traffic, the reminders of my failed plans. So when my friend Paul offered me his family's cabin for a week, I took the chance without thinking too much. The cabin was somewhere up in northern Minnesota. It wasn't near a town, more like in the woods a few miles off a dirt road, near a lake. Paul's dad used it during hunting season, but they hadn't gone that year because of some family thing. He gave me the key, showed me a few pictures, and gave me rough directions. I didn't ask much. I just wanted to be alone. I packed light, a duffel bag with clothes, some canned food, rice, oats, a big jug of water, flashlight, extra batteries, a knife, matches, and my phone with a power bank. I knew there wouldn't be service up there, but I could still use it for music or notes. I also brought a small hatchet for chopping firewood. Paul said the place had a wood-burning stove and some firewood stacked up already. I drove up on a Sunday morning. It was cloudy and cold, early October. Leaves were turning red and yellow, and there was that dry smell in the air that only happens during fall. The further I got, the quieter everything became. At one point, I realized I hadn't passed another car for almost an hour. The dirt road to the cabin was rough and narrow, with deep tire grooves and branches scraping against the side of my car. I had to drive slow and lean forward over the wheel just to watch for rocks and potholes. I arrived around 4 in the afternoon. The cabin looked exactly like in the pictures. Wooden, small, a little rundown but solid. There was a narrow porch, a single window on the front, and a rusty chimney sticking out of the roof. The lake was maybe a 2-minute walk behind the trees. I unlocked the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The air smelled like dust and wood. It was cold inside, but everything seemed in place. There was one main room with a small kitchen area, a table, a chair, and a cot with a thick mattress and wool blankets. In the corner was the wood-burning stove. A small bathroom was attached with a sink and toilet that I assumed emptied into a septic tank. I unpacked, set up my sleeping bag on the cot, and looked around. There were some old tools hanging on the wall, a couple of hunting jackets on hooks by the door, and some old empty cans on a shelf. I tried turning on the light switch, and surprisingly, The bulb flickered on. I guess there was a small solar battery Paul hadn't mentioned. There was no fridge, just a cooler on the floor. That night, I made a small fire in the stove, cooked some oats on top of it, and listened to the wind outside. It felt quiet in a way I wasn't used to. No sirens, no cars, no phones buzzing. I read a book for a while, then got into the cot and tried to sleep. It was harder than I thought. Every small noise outside made me freeze. I kept thinking it might be an animal or worse, a person. But eventually I slept. The next morning I went down to the lake. The water was clear and cold. I washed my face in it and looked around. I didn't see any houses or docks nearby, just trees, lake, and more trees. I walked a little into the woods behind the cabin and found some old animal tracks. Deer probably. I didn't go too far, just enough to feel the silence. That day passed slowly. I wrote in a notebook, sharpened the hatchet, and chopped a bit of wood. Felt calm. That night I slept better. On the third day, I woke up to the sound of something hitting the cabin. A dull thump, then nothing. I sat up and listened. The wind was light. Leaves rustled outside. I looked out the front window but saw nothing. I went out onto the porch and looked around. A squirrel darted across the ground and up a tree. Maybe it had knocked something over. I looked around and saw a small pile of firewood had toppled over beside the porch. Maybe wind, maybe an animal. I res-tacked it. Later that day, I decided to explore more. I followed the path along the lake for a mile or so. At one point, I came across a deer stand. A wooden one, up on a tree about 10 feet off the ground. Old and weathered. I climbed up. The view was amazing. Trees in every direction, with the lake shimmering between the branches. I sat there for a while and watched the forest. When I came back, the cabin door was slightly open. That made my chest tighten. I was sure I had locked it. I always did when I left, especially out in a place like this. I stood still for a few seconds. Nothing moved. I stepped onto the porch and looked inside. Everything looked the same. Nothing was missing. My bag was there, the stove was cold. The chair was where I left it. I checked the back and the bathroom. Nothing. No signs of anyone. Still, it bothered me. I tried telling myself maybe I hadn't pulled the door all the way shut. It was old, and the latch was a little loose. But it kept nagging at me. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept hearing twigs snapping outside. I told myself it was deer or raccoons. But around 2 a.m., there was a sound like slow footsteps on the leaves. I sat up and listened hard. It sounded like someone was walking around the cabin. Not running, just walking. Step, pause, step. Then silence. I stayed in the cot, holding the knife. I didn't dare go to the window. I kept imagining someone standing out there, just watching. The steps didn't come back. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep because I woke up with sunlight coming through the window. That morning, I found boot prints in the dirt outside. Not mine. I wore hiking boots with thick treads. These were smooth-soled, like work boots. I followed them around the side of the cabin. They led to the woods, then disappeared into the leaves. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a gun. No cell signal. No one around. I decided to stay inside most of the day, only going out to use the edge of the woods for the bathroom. I kept the hatchet and knife close. Every little sound outside made my chest pound. By late afternoon, I was debating whether to leave, but I didn't want to drive down that dirt road at night. And I told myself again and again, maybe the prints were old. Maybe someone had been by before I got there. Maybe Paul's dad had come up and left something behind. That night, I didn't light the stove. I didn't want the smoke to show I was there. I didn't use the light. I sat in the dark, watching the window, listening. Around midnight, I heard a knock. Just one. A single, hard knock on the wall of the cabin. Not the door. The wall. I froze. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Nothing else happened. I sat like that for what felt like hours. When morning came, I checked outside again. More boot prints, circling the cabin. That day, I decided to leave. I packed everything in a rush, stuffing my things into the duffel bag, not even folding clothes. I got in the car, heart pounding, and backed out onto the dirt path. But after only half a mile, I hit something. Not a person, not an animal, a chain. Someone had chained two trees together across the road. A thick, rusty chain padlocked around the trunks. I stopped the car and got out, looking at it in disbelief. I hadn't seen it when I came in. There was no way to get around it. Thick woods on either side, big rocks, fallen logs. I tried pulling it. No use. I thought about walking, but the nearest road was miles away. No one knew I was here except Paul, and he was out of the country on some work thing. I decided to wait. Maybe someone would come. Maybe the person who did it would come back. I just had to be ready. I went back to the cabin. I stayed inside, locking the door, stacking wood in front of it. That night, the footsteps came back. More than one set, 2 or 3 people, walking slowly around the cabin, then tapping. Not hard, just light tapping on the windows, like someone running a fingernail along the glass. I didn't sleep. The next day, I made a plan. I'd take the axe, hike around the chained road, find another way out. I brought the jug of water, some food in a backpack, and the knife in my waistband. I marked the trees with a stick as I went, carving a line into the bark so I could find my way back if I had to. I walked for hours, and I found something worse. Another cabin, not like Paul's. This one was half collapsed, abandoned, covered in moss. But there were signs someone had been there. A burned-out fire pit, trash, a tarp strung between trees, and meat hanging from a branch. Not deer, not rabbit, too big. I didn't get close enough to tell what it was. I just turned and ran. When I got back, the cabin door was open again. This time, something had been placed on the cot. One of my shirts, folded, clean. I didn't understand. It was damp, like someone had washed it. I sat on the floor, shaking. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I was stuck. Whoever was out there, they were watching me, waiting. That night, I didn't stay inside. I climbed up the old deer stand I'd found before. I brought my pack. It started with the need for a break. I'd been working long hours at a warehouse for almost a year without a single day off. Not because I was forced to, just because I didn't know how to stop. I had burned myself out, and I knew it. My back hurt constantly, my sleep was broken, and even small sounds were starting to annoy me. I'd get home at night and stare at the walls in silence. Sometimes I'd sit for hours in my truck in the parking lot before going inside, just to avoid the feeling of being closed in. That's when I decided to book a cabin deep in the forest. I didn't want a tourist spot or a fancy rental with Wi-Fi and hot tubs. I wanted quiet. I wanted isolation. I found one online through a basic classified ad. It wasn't on any official travel site, which might have been a red flag to some people, but I didn't care. It looked old but decent enough. The guy said it was a hunting cabin passed down from his father, located about 35 miles off a service road that led through thick woods, about 3 hours outside the city. He gave me the key at a gas station in a nearby town, showed me where to drive, and warned me that the dirt road might be rough. That was fine. I liked rough. I liked that the cabin had no internet, no neighbors, and barely any cell signal. I wanted silence. I wanted to wake up and hear nothing but trees and birds. Maybe cook food on a fire. Maybe read. Maybe just sit and do nothing. I brought only the essentials, some canned food, dry snacks, a couple of gallons of drinking water, a sleeping bag, a hatchet, a lighter, a flashlight, a battery-powered radio, and a small handgun. The gun wasn't because I expected trouble. I always carried one when I went camping or into the woods. Too many stories about wild dogs or bears, or weirdos. The drive out was slow. The last stretch of road was barely visible in some parts. The trees grew so thick around it that the sunlight barely touched the dirt. It took me nearly 40 minutes to go the last 6 miles, and my truck bounced the whole time. It was dead quiet out there, the kind of quiet where you can hear yourself blink. That was exactly what I wanted. The cabin was small, just one room with an outhouse about 20 yards away behind some bushes. There was a fire pit out front, an old metal bucket for washing, and a pile of split firewood that looked dry enough to burn. The inside smelled like wood, dust, and something a little musky, but not in a bad way. There was a single window on one wall, a heavy door, and an old cot with a worn mattress. The floorboards creaked when I walked. I liked that. Felt real. I dropped my bag, opened the small window to let some air in, and sat down on the cot. It didn't take long to feel the stillness of the place. No buzz of electronics, no traffic in the distance. Just the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. I felt like I'd made the right call. I cooked dinner that first night over the fire, just some beans and sausage. Then I sat outside on a tree stump and watched the sky change colors as the sun went down. The quiet was almost too perfect. No bugs buzzing, no owls hooting, just silence. I didn't sleep great that night, but that was normal for the first night in any new place. Every creak felt loud, and the darkness outside the window was thick. I had to keep reminding myself that I was alone out there. Nobody else for miles. That's why I came. The next day, I woke up early and went for a walk. I didn't have a plan. I just picked a direction and wandered into the woods. The trees were thick, the ground was soft with pine needles and old leaves, and there were small clearings scattered here and there. I kept track of my direction and landmarks so I wouldn't get lost. I walked for maybe an hour before heading back. I found a spot with a good view of a creek and thought maybe I'd head that way tomorrow. That afternoon, while gathering small sticks for kindling, I noticed something odd behind the cabin. There was a patch of ground about 10 feet wide that didn't match the rest. The grass was thinner there. The dirt was loose and darker. At first I thought maybe it was just where someone had dug up old trash or where the soil was different. But it looked too even, like it had been dug up and filled back in. The edges were too square. It wasn't just some animal rooting around. Someone had dug there. Curiosity got the better of me. I found a rusted shovel leaning against the side of the cabin and decided to dig a little, just to see. The dirt wasn't packed hard like the rest. It came up easy, like it had been filled in recently, though there weren't any fresh tracks or signs of recent digging. Maybe it had just never settled properly. I kept digging. Maybe 6 inches down, I hit something hard. It made a dull sound, not like a rock. I cleared away more dirt and found a corner of something wooden. It looked like part of a box or crate. My hands were shaking a little, but I kept going. The shovel scraped along the edge of it. It was buried deep, maybe 1.5 feet down. Eventually, I uncovered most of it. It was a wooden box about 3 feet long, maybe 1 foot high, with metal hinges that had rusted through. I tried lifting it, but it was heavy. Too heavy for just tools or junk. I brushed away more dirt, then used the shovel to pry it open. The top cracked off in pieces. What I saw inside didn't make sense at first. There were clothes, old clothes, folded shirts, a pair of jeans, a canvas jacket. Underneath them, a pair of boots. All of it looked like it had been buried for a while. The fabric was stiff, the leather cracked. Underneath the clothes, I saw something else. Plastic bags, tightly wrapped, duct taped. I pulled one out, tore it open. Inside were papers, an ID card, a driver's license, and a few credit cards. All belonged to the same man. His face was on the license. I didn't recognize him, but something about the way the items were buried didn't feel right. It wasn't like someone lost their things or hid emergency supplies. Felt secret, intentional, like whoever put it there didn't want it found. I looked at the ID again. The license had expired more than 10 years ago. I sat there, kneeling in the dirt, trying to figure out what I just uncovered. I thought about whether I should report it, but there was no signal. I couldn't make a call, and I didn't want to pack up and leave yet. It didn't feel like a crime scene, just old, buried junk. Strange, but maybe harmless. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time the wind hit the cabin walls, I tensed up. I kept thinking about the box. Who buried it? Why? Was it a runaway? A missing person? I thought about the ID. Maybe the guy just wanted to disappear, live off the grid, fake his death. Maybe this cabin had been his hideout once. It was probably nothing. That's what I told myself. But I couldn't shake the feeling. So the next morning, I dug deeper in the same spot. I wanted to see if there was more. I cleared another foot of dirt and hit something else, metal this time. I uncovered it slowly. It was a duffel bag, zipped shut and coated in dirt and mildew. I pulled it out, hands shaking now, not sure what to expect. Inside were more clothes, camera, batteries, a flashlight, a roll of duct tape, and a gun. I froze. The gun was small, black, and loaded. I pulled it out and checked it. Safety on. Still had a full magazine. Beneath the bag, I found another box, this one filled with photographs. Most were old and faded. Some were of a man in the woods, standing near this very cabin. Some were taken from a distance, almost like surveillance photos. One showed a different man sitting by the fire pit. Another showed someone walking toward the outhouse. It hit me all at once. These were taken secretly. The people in them didn't know they were being photographed. Some were close-up shots taken through the trees. One looked like it was taken from inside the cabin, through a crack in the wall. I stopped digging. My stomach felt tight. My chest was pounding. I didn't know what I was looking at anymore. These weren't just buried things. This wasn't trash. This was someone's hidden past. Maybe something worse. I repacked the boxes, filled the hole back in, and went inside. I locked the door, sat on the floor, and tried to calm down. I told myself it was probably just a paranoid guy who lived out here, maybe a hunter who thought people were after him. Maybe he was just off his rocker. Maybe those pictures meant nothing. But the more I thought about it, the worse it felt. That night, I heard something outside, just after midnight, a slow crunching of footsteps. At first, I thought it was an animal, but they were too steady, too careful. I sat in the dark, my own gun in hand, staring at the door. The footsteps stopped. I didn't hear anything else for hours. I didn't sleep. In the morning, I found fresh tracks around the cabin. Boot prints. Not mine. I packed my things fast. I didn't eat, didn't make coffee. I just threw everything in the truck, started the engine, and left. I didn't care about the deposit. I didn't care about the rest of my break. I just wanted out of there. Back in town, I went straight to the police. I told them everything. Showed them the photos, the ID, the location. They didn't say much, but they took the items and thanked me. I never heard anything back. Weeks went by. I tried to forget. Things had gotten overwhelming at work. I worked in logistics, staring at spreadsheets all day in a gray cubicle that looked like every other one on the floor. I barely saw daylight anymore, and my sleep was getting messed up. I couldn't remember the last time I'd heard silence. Not the kind where you still hear traffic or your neighbor's TV. I mean real silence, where the only thing you hear is wind moving through trees or your own breathing. The kind you only get when you're far from people. So I decided I'd take a week off. No emails, no phone, no people. Just me somewhere deep in the woods. I found a listing online for a cabin up north in the thick part of the forest. It was 3 miles off a gravel Forest Service road. No cell signal, no Wi-Fi, no running water. Just a wood stove, a bed, and a creek nearby for water. The listing said it used to be a trapper's cabin and had since been minimally restored. Sounded perfect. I packed enough to last. I had freeze-dried meals, a big water container, some firewood I'd bought at a gas station, a camp stove, a sleeping bag, and enough instant coffee to last me 2 weeks. I brought my .22 rifle, not for hunting, but just in case I ran into a bear or a coyote that got too curious. I also had a solar-powered radio, a flashlight, and a weather-resistant notebook. I wasn't planning on writing a novel or anything, but I figured it might be good to get my thoughts down on paper. The drive up took almost a full day. Once I hit the turnoff from the paved highway, the road turned to gravel, and then eventually just dirt with patches of pine needles. I passed one old hunting sign that had bullet holes in it. After that, I didn't see anything man-made for miles. By the time I reached the trail that led to the cabin, the sun was low behind the trees. The place didn't have a driveway. I parked my truck under some pine trees, shouldered my backpack, and walked in. The trail was narrow, overgrown in some places. It wound through the trees and dropped steeply down to a small gully where the cabin sat tucked between some thick spruce trees, barely visible until you were almost on top of it. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. No distant engines, no dogs barking, just the wind and the sharp sound of dry branches brushing against each other. I could feel the tension in my chest start to loosen. The cabin was smaller than I expected, maybe 15 feet by 10. It sat on old concrete blocks that were leaning a little. The logs were gray and worn, some with moss growing on them. The door creaked but held. Inside, it was musty but dry. There was a wood stove with rust around the hinges, a small table, and a single cot with a worn mattress. No bathroom, obviously, just an outhouse out back that looked like it might fall over if you leaned on it. I got the fire going, set up my stuff, and made dinner. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. The air was cool, and the wind outside felt like a lullaby. When I woke up, I could still see my breath. It was exactly what I'd wanted, peace and quiet. For the first few days, everything went as planned. I hiked, made coffee, listened to the wind in the trees. I chopped wood from some fallen branches, boiled creek water, wrote in my notebook. I didn't see a single person or animal, not even a bird some days, and that was fine. That was what I came for. On the fourth day, I decided to walk deeper into the woods. I didn't have a specific destination. I just wanted to get some longer miles in and maybe take photos. I brought my rifle, my water bottle, and a granola bar. After about 2 miles, I came across something strange. At first I thought it was just a clearing, but the trees had been cut. Not just fallen or snapped in a storm, cut clean with a saw, probably with a chainsaw. The ground had tracks in it too. Not from an animal or a hiker. These were from tires, big ones, and not fresh. They'd been made maybe a few weeks or months ago, but there were no cabins nearby. Nothing on any map I'd brought. In the middle of the clearing was a pile of old metal barrels, maybe 10 or 12 of them. Some were dented, others sealed. They were stacked haphazardly like someone had tried to hide them in a rush. Most of them had no labels. One had a yellow triangle sticker that was half torn off. Another had faded letters, SLV01, or something close to that, barely readable under dirt and rust. The air smelled strange there, not strong, just different, like oil and wet metal mixed with something sour. I walked around the barrels but didn't touch anything. There were footprints too, just a few, leading toward the woods on the other side of the clearing. I didn't like how it felt there. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like my instincts were telling me to leave, like I just stepped into something I shouldn't have. I turned around and walked back the way I came. That night, I couldn't sleep. The silence didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt like something was holding its breath, like the trees were waiting. I kept thinking about the barrels. Who had left them there? Why? What was inside them? The next morning, I decided I'd go check one more time. I don't know why. Curiosity, I guess. I walked back to the clearing. But when I got there, the barrels were gone. All of them. There were tracks. Fresh ones. Deep tire ruts in the soft dirt. A different pattern from the older ones. Maybe a pickup or a heavy ATV. The barrels had been moved sometime after I'd seen them. That's when I realized I wasn't alone out here. I felt something tighten in my stomach. This forest was supposed to be empty. No one else had passed my truck. No one else was supposed to be within 20 miles. But someone was. I walked back quickly, watching the trees. Every snap of a twig made me flinch. I couldn't stop imagining someone watching me from behind the branches. Back at the cabin, I started looking for signs, footprints, broken branches, anything. I didn't find any, but the feeling didn't go away. That night, I put my rifle beside my sleeping bag. Around 2 a.m., I woke up. I didn't know why at first. Just opened my eyes, heart already beating fast. Then I heard it. A crunch. Footsteps. Slow. Outside the cabin. I stayed still. I didn't breathe. The footsteps stopped. Then another crunch, closer this time. Something or someone was walking around the cabin, circling it. I reached for the rifle slowly. The cabin had no curtains. The moonlight was bright enough that I could see shadows outside moving across the wall. One long, slow step at a time. Then nothing. I stayed awake until morning. When it got light, I opened the door and looked outside. No tracks, no footprints. The ground was hard near the cabin, mostly pine needles. But I knew what I heard. It wasn't a raccoon or a deer. It was a person, walking upright, slow. I wanted to leave, but part of me felt like I couldn't. Not yet. Not until I understood what was going on. I decided to hike the opposite direction from the barrels that afternoon. Not far from the creek, I found a second trail. It wasn't on my map, but it looked used. Not recently, but enough that it hadn't grown over. I followed it for a mile, then two. The trail dropped into a valley and curved around a rocky slope. And that's when I saw it. A cabin, bigger than mine, newer, hidden behind a stand of fir trees. It had a metal roof and a satellite dish, though it looked broken. The windows were blacked out, not with curtains, with boards, screwed in from the inside. Beside the cabin was a shed. The door was wide open. Inside there were tools, shovels, an axe, some rope. And in the back, a black plastic bag, sealed tight and duct taped. I didn't open it. I didn't want to. There were 2 gas cans beside the shed, half empty. A dead flashlight on the ground. Everything was dusty, untouched for at least a month, maybe more. But someone had been there, recently enough to make me worry. I turned around and hiked back to my cabin without stopping. That night, I didn't make a fire. I didn't eat. I just sat by the window with my rifle across my lap. I didn't sleep. At some point, I must have drifted off because I woke to the sound of my cabin door clicking. Not creaking, clicking, like someone testing the latch. I didn't move. I waited. The door didn't open, but I heard footsteps again, this time walking away. When the sun rose, I packed everything in 20 minutes and hiked back to my truck. I didn't look back once. When I finally got back to town, I didn't call the police. I didn't know what to tell them. Hey, I saw some barrels and a creepy cabin. There was no proof. I hadn't touched anything. No photos. Nothing. I just drove home and tried to forget. But I couldn't. A week later, I searched the area on a satellite map. That second cabin? It didn't exist. No record. No road leading to it. Not even a clearing. It was like it was never there. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what was in those barrels. And I don't want to know. All I know is this. That forest wasn't empty. Not even close. Someone... It was around mid-September when I drove up to the cabin. The leaves hadn't fully turned yet, but some trees had started to show orange and red. The drive up was quiet, and the roads were mostly empty except for a few pickups and logging trucks. My cabin was deep in the northern part of the state, tucked in behind several miles of dirt road and surrounded by thick woods. It wasn't anything fancy, just a single-story wooden cabin with a tin roof, a small deck out front, and a shed off to the side where I kept my tools and some supplies. I'd bought the place 2 years earlier after getting a decent payout from a layoff at my old job. It wasn't much, but I wanted something that was mine, something far from the noise of city life. I liked being alone. I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't really care for crowds or loud places. The cabin was perfect for me. There was no cell service, no internet, and no one to bother me. I brought enough food, water, and firewood every time I stayed, and I kept a small generator in the shed for basic power when I needed it. This time, I planned to stay for at least a week, maybe more if the weather held up. I wanted to get some reading done, maybe fix the steps on the back deck, and just relax in peace. I didn't bring much with me, just my usual duffel, a cooler with meat and vegetables, some canned food, and my hunting rifle. I didn't plan to hunt, but I always brought it along just in case. Bears had been seen in the area now and then, and while I'd never seen one myself, I wasn't taking chances. The first day was uneventful. I arrived in the afternoon, unpacked, and swept the cabin. Everything was the way I'd left it. The bedsheets were clean, no signs of rodents, no broken windows. I lit a fire in the wood stove that night and cooked some steak and potatoes on the cast iron pan. I read for a few hours by lantern light, then went to bed early. The second day, I worked on the back steps. The bottom one had rotted and was starting to crack when stepped on. I removed it with a pry bar and cut a new board to size. Took a while and I banged my thumb with the hammer twice, but I got it done. I went for a walk after that, just down the old trail behind the cabin that led toward the stream. It was peaceful. The birds were active, and I saw deer tracks in the soft dirt. I didn't hear a single car or plane the whole time. It wasn't until the third day that something strange happened. That morning, I was sitting out on the front deck with a mug of coffee when I heard something that didn't sound like an animal. It was a sharp cracking sound, like someone stepping on a large stick. I stopped sipping and listened. I was used to animal noises, squirrels darting around, branches swaying, birds fluttering. But this sounded heavier, slower, like boots on underbrush. I waited, staring out into the woods, but nothing else happened. Maybe it was a deer. That afternoon, I walked out to the shed to get a saw. I was going to cut down some low branches near the outhouse trail. As I walked around the back of the shed, I noticed something in the dirt. A footprint. Not mine. Too big, and the tread was wrong. My boots were smooth-bottomed, old work boots with barely any sole left. This print had deep treads, maybe from hiking boots. It was fresh too. The edges weren't filled in with dust or blown away. Someone had walked behind my shed not long ago. I felt a weird chill in my gut, but I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was from before. Maybe I had someone visit the last time I was out here, and I forgot. But I couldn't remember anyone being with me, and that print was fresh. I looked around the tree line. Nothing moved. No birds either. I went back inside and locked the door, which I didn't usually do during the day. I kept the rifle out now, leaning against the wall by the front window. I didn't plan to use it, but something in me said I needed to be ready. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept hearing little cracks and rustles outside. Could have been raccoons or just the wind, but it all felt off. I got up at least 4 times to peek out the windows. I didn't see anything, just the trees swaying in the moonlight. On the 4th day, I found more footprints. This time, they were around the back deck. 2 different sets. One large, probably a man's, and one smaller, maybe a woman's or a teenager's. They circled the cabin, even came up close to the windows. That's when the fear started to settle in. Whoever it was had been close, very close, and quiet enough that I hadn't heard them. That day, I didn't leave the cabin. I stayed inside and kept the rifle loaded. I made sure all the windows were locked. I kept all the blinds down. I barely ate. I just sat there, staring at the front door, listening for any noise. Around noon, I thought I heard something on the roof, a faint scrape or thump. But when I stepped outside with the rifle and looked up, I didn't see anything. Maybe an animal. That night, I slept with the rifle beside me. I kept my boots on. I didn't light the fire. I didn't want the smoke to signal I was inside. On the 5th day, I woke up to find a dead bird on the front porch. It had no head. Its wings were twisted in an odd way, and the body was laid flat, right in the center of the steps like someone had placed it there. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it for a long time. Then I got the shovel from the shed and tossed the bird deep into the woods. The rest of the day, I listened. I barely moved. Around mid-afternoon, I saw something. A figure. Through a small gap in the blinds, I caught a glimpse of someone in the woods. They were just standing there behind a tree maybe 100 feet away, dressed in dark clothes, maybe a hood. I couldn't make out the face. I didn't move. I just stared until my eyes hurt. When I looked again, they were gone. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed in the chair by the window with the rifle across my lap. I didn't hear anything, but I couldn't relax. On the 6th day, I made a decision. I was going to leave early. I started packing my things. I didn't have much, but I was careful and quiet. Around 10 in the morning, I stepped out onto the porch to load the cooler into the truck. That's when I saw the rope. A thin nylon cord was tied across the trees just a few feet from the driveway entrance, at neck height. It was hard to see unless the light hit it right. If I hadn't stepped off the porch and looked straight ahead, I would have missed it. It was clearly set up as a trap, maybe to hurt someone on an ATV or someone running through the woods. Either way, it meant someone had been on my property again, this time setting traps. That was enough. I grabbed the rest of my gear and tossed it into the truck. I kept the rifle on the seat next to me. I drove slowly, checking for other ropes or traps. I didn't see any, but I stayed alert all the way to the main road. I didn't go home immediately. I stopped at the ranger station 20 miles south. I told them what had happened, everything from the footprints to the dead bird and the rope. The ranger took it seriously. He said there'd been reports in the past few months about people messing around on private land, trespassing, sabotaging hunting stands, even stealing trail cams. They thought it was a small group, maybe locals or some kind of survivalist group. I gave him my cabin's location, showed him photos of the footprints I had taken on my phone, and described the rope trap. He said they'd send someone up to check it out. I didn't go back for over 3 months. When I finally returned in winter, the snow had covered everything. I was nervous the whole drive up. My hands were tight on the wheel, and I checked the mirrors more than I should have. But when I arrived, everything looked untouched. No new tracks, no broken windows, no signs of anything wrong. Still, I never really felt the same again. I started keeping the rifle closer. I added cameras around the cabin that stored footage locally. I even rigged up some motion-triggered lights. The peace I used to feel out there was gone, replaced by a steady hum of worry, like something was watching even when it wasn't. I never saw the strangers again. The ranger never called with updates. Maybe they moved on, maybe it was just random, but it changed the way I saw the place. It was no longer just mine. Someone had stepped into my world without permission, and even though they were gone, the memory of them stayed behind. Sometimes I still go back, but I never stay more than 2 or 3 nights now. I don't walk the trails anymore. I don't leave the cabin unlocked. I listen a lot more than I used to, because I learned something that week. Something simple and deeply unsettling. Just because you're far away from people doesn't mean you're alone. And out there, in the deep woods, help is never close.